Good morning, councillors, and I will open the ordinary meeting of council at 9:07 a.m. and thank you for your attendance. Do we have anyone confirmation of minutes for the ordinary meeting on the 23rd of March 2022?
Mr. Mayor, I had one question on page 30.
Please go ahead. Could you turn yours up a little bit, please? It's a bit hard to hear.
Yeah, just page 30 of the minutes. We had item number LC1. And it was carried 7-0. I thought it was 8-0. I've looked back and I believe we only had one councillor not part of the voting.
What page was it?
Page 30.
Yep. Joe, did you see in the special meeting
Is that something we can check the tape, or are you happy just to move on that basis that it was 8-0?
Happy to move on. It was just a pick-up of whether it was a 7-0 or an 8-0.
Right. Did you check the video on that one?
No, I didn't.
Was there? Right. So I'm wondering, well, are we definite, or do we want to actually just check it and come back to those minutes?
Look, through the Mayor, certainly we can check it. I do recall at the meeting, though, there was a point where I think Councillor Edwards dropped out, and it could well be that the only people online was 7-0, but we'll double-check that tape.
And the reason why I asked Madam CEO is because the next one along there was 8-0.
Yes.
So it was just a pick-up that I was...
So that's, if I can, you'll see that the item immediately before, which needs to be spoken about as well, C7, it was 7-2, a 5-2, which is 7. Then underneath the resolution of LC1, it says Mayor Gulder returned to the meeting at 6:18, and then it went on, the next vote was 8-0. So I suspect that the Mayor wasn't in the room. If that
could be correct. Because the Mayor had stepped out for C7, but when I was looking at... Yeah, and it's worth checking.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, certainly do that.
So we'll check that, so we won't confirm them. Do we have anyone to confirm on the minutes of the 4th of April, special meeting on the 4th of April?
We've just got other things to raise on the previous minutes, but just for
right, okay, we can do that.
Just
we'll
for
go back to the ordinary.
Completeness of what Councillor Guthrie has raised, on page 29 it says Mayor Gulder, having previously declared a conflict in the item, left the meeting at 6:14. A vote was taken, obviously. It looks like we've gone then on to LC1, and the Mayor returned at 6:18. In the minutes.
Yeah.
Settlement. There was one here that it had Councillor Taylor.
And it should have been
Councillor Hancock, but I can't remember which one it was now.
It was C7.
It was C7, the settlement of claims?
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
correct.
Right, yeah, I marked it
That's
there.
correct.
Yeah.
So is this in the ordinary meeting?
Yes.
Yep.
Page 29.
So that's, through the Chair, that's OM 03.2022/81, and what you're saying is that it should have been 4-3?
No, it should be 5-2.
It's the recorded against. Should have been
Councillor Hancock, not
Councillor Taylor, thank you for that.
Right, anything else on the ordinary meeting minutes? Righto, then what about the special meeting? Does anyone happy to move on the special meeting minutes?
I've got a question, just not in respect to the minutes that are tabled. My question is that a resident has raised with me that the video is not up online.
Right, okay.
I've got the same, I'd say the same person text me too. so
Same.
yeah.
For this,
I was gonna
for
raise
both of these meetings or
Oh,
for
sorry.
both of these meetings or?
No, the
meeting.
special meeting.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I did check that with Kelly, and Kelly was going to find out. I don't know whether we've got any more info on that yet.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, I did mention that to our comms person, Anna, yesterday. Did that go up this morning, Anna? Yep. Okay, yep, thank you.
Right. Any other, does anyone wish to move on the special meeting minutes?
Can I join? Are we
Councillor Taylor, did you say something?
No, sorry, I'm just trying to get it up on my iPad. It's all good.
Righto.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 4th of April 2022 be confirmed.
Do we have a seconder?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to second it.
Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
I voted yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
he won't hear.
Okay, all those against?
Oh, can't the mayor see us?
I wouldn't think so.
No. No, you'll have to, on the phone, you'll have to
Yep, so
say
through,
it.
so through the chair, that's recording 8 votes to 0.
Okay. And I'm in favour, so that's 9, isn't it?
Everyone's on, are they?
Oh,
Councillor
actually,
Edwards
yeah,
online?
they are,
I
sorry.
missed that, right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can we, through the chair, sorry, would you mind just, for those that are online, confirming again? I could see the people in the room, their hands clearly. I did hear voices, but I thought I only heard 3. So, and it may well
Councillor
be...
Burkett, yeah.
Councillor Burkett, great. Councillor Edwards?
Yes.
And the mayor.
And the mayor.
Great.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm in
1, 2,
favour.
3, 4, 5. It's all right. It's my math. Thank you. 9-0.
Okay. Righto, we're going to come back to those minutes, the ordinary minutes when we've checked that. And righto, if there's nothing else, we'll get onto the agenda. Officer report. Item 12.1. Yuleba
8.1.
Page 35.
8.1.
Page 35.
Page 35. Thank you. 8.1. Grant fund to assist incorporated non-for-profit community groups in the Maranoa.
Yeah,
Councillor, please go ahead.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'll move that one council seek endorsement from APLNG to set up a grant application fund to assist incorporated non-for-profit community groups based in the Maranoa region with projects to improve the livability in their respective communities. 2, applicants can include multiple individual projects up to $25,000 and be assessed on a competitive basis. 3, applications up to $10,000 require no co-contribution. Applications from $10,001 up to $25,000 require a 20% in-kind or cash contribution. 4, funds of $500,000 be drawn from the APLNG Worker Transition Agreement, Reedy Creek and Bungaroo funds. 5, council will invite a representative from APLNG to participate in the assessment process.
I have a question, Mr Mayor, please.
Yeah, please go ahead.
To the Deputy Mayor, when you say number 1, council seek endorsement from the APLNG, wouldn't you need to ask them first before you go on with the rest of them?
No, this is all in the motion to approach it. It's got to be approved by council to do it. We can't go and seek.
So wouldn't the first thing be to ask for their endorsement on it?
No, this is the process, yeah.
Okay.
I've got a question too.
Please go ahead, Councillor
Deputy Mayor.
O'Neill.
Councillor McMullen, I just wonder, given that we're meeting with APLNG next Wednesday, and there might be some tweaking on 2, 3, 4 and 5 if in fact they support 1, why not just move 1, have that conversation and come back? Because I'm, as it stands right here today, I'm not convinced up to just 25,000 is enough. So we have not as a council had a conversation whether it should be 25, 50, 100. I mean, this is the first we've seen it, right? I know you and I had a brief conversation the other day about it, and in principle, I think this has merit. But I think there's scope to talk about some of the other finer details. Why not just pitch to Origin first, to APLNG first, about what conceptually council supports, if they're supported today, and then tweak all of the other things later?
No, I disagree. This is the way I'm putting it up. So I mean, if it doesn't get up, that's fine. I mean, I've had some fairly good advice from people in different areas, so that's the way I want to go with it, please.
I'll second that.
Righto.
I've got a follow-up question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
You don't
please
want,
go ahead.
You don't
Councillor O'Neill.
want projects that addresses livability in our region that exceed $25,000.
That's just, yeah, for the grants, yeah. This is for grants.
Okay, any other questions?
But we have a second.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Councillor Ladbrook had already seconded it here in the room.
Oh, no, I did. Councillor Abdul, would you be able to either be closer or if we could turn you up a bit? I didn't hear that. So, Councillor
sorry.
Ladbrook. No, that's no problem. So, okay, so we've got a seconder. Any other questions? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I just think after having several community groups raised with not just myself, other councillors, that they've been advised that Origin have told them that we have council hold funds that can be used for this project. So, as I said, I sought a bit of help from different groups around, different groups and that, and this is what I've come up with. So, I'm fairly confident that APLNG Origin will accept it, but if it gets up today.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak against the motion?
I just want to speak.
Please go ahead.
So, again, I principally support having some kind of grant process in place where people can address, the livability aspects of what their not-for-profit or community group wants to achieve for the region. I just think we're limiting ourselves by capping it at $25,000. I accept that the Deputy Mayor has gone out and spoken to community groups and got feedback. It's unfortunate that that hasn't occurred around the council table. As I foreshadowed before, the Deputy Mayor and I had a brief conversation around this over the back of his ute the other day when we ran into each other. So I principally support something, but I think we're narrowing ourselves to just 25,000 because some of the projects that community groups have come to me, and I know they've gone to other councillors in the room, far exceed $25,000 in addressing livability. I think it would be a better measure if you wanted to put a price on it today to have projects up to at least 50, if not 100,000, and they be assessed on a competitive basis. The other aspects of the resolution I support, but I just think we are narrowing the scope of addressing the livability possibilities of our region by capping it at 25,000, given that this is the first time that we've openly had a conversation across the council table.
Does anyone wish to speak for the motion or against the motion?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I would like to speak.
please go ahead.
Yeah, I too am definitely open to this idea of a community grant for this money, but I also agree that, you know, this is the first time I've seen it and considered it. I'd actually like to have that conversation with Origin, because I'd like to hear their opinions on what the community, you know, has gone to them, and what the community, what level of grant money could be available to the community. I just think that at this stage we're going forward and we're setting all the parameters here, and we're not actually we are inviting Origin to have the conversation with us, but after we've made the decision. I think it would be much better to have the conversation, get the feedback, and then go forward and make the decision, because other than that, you know, once the decision's made, well, then it's a process to make that decision. So I just would like to have, as a councillor, had that opportunity to sit around the table and talk to Origin, and actually talk to our fellow councillors to come up with the best scenario for the community. So I'm a bit sad that I can't support it as it stands today, but I actually support it in principle.
Does anyone else wish to speak for the motion?
Yeah, I will, Mayor Golder. I'd just like to say I think $25,000 for a lot of the smaller groups. You get the big amounts of money, and it won't go around as well. You know, I think a lot of small groups will be very happy if they could get $25,000, and it'd be a good start. That's it.
Okay. Now, does anyone else wish to speak against the motion or for the motion? Okay, I'll speak for the motion. Certainly, I'm going to support this because I believe it's based around what we're doing, smaller projects with community groups. I think with the livability fund that we have via the agreement with Origin, we need to focus on some major livability issues that are in Maranoa coming up, but also see the value in Origin having a funding round like this, if they agree with the livability side of it, that actually, as it was said, will benefit a lot of non-for-profit groups. So I certainly see that this is an opportunity to be able to work with Origin and have this sort of fund, much the same as other groups have, as well as focusing on making sure that we protect, you know, some of these major challenges for livability that are coming up that we need to really focus on dealing with this fund. Okay, does the mover wish to sum up?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a couple of points, Mr Mayor. The first thing, this is not Origin money. This is council money. It's come from an agreement with Origin. We have it's at our discretion how we spend it, long as it's used on livability projects and that. And I think in saying 500,000, that's good, but I'm not expecting us to go out and spend it all next week. It'll take. I agree. I believe it'll take some time to do this, and I believe there are certain parts of the community that will be really pleased if we can get this over the line, because not only if anyone's successful to get a grant from us, that'll give them the leverage to go to other places and apply, then give them their side of their donation or their percentage, whatever, and then apply for other grants then to match them.
Mr Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to move an amendment.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to move an amendment to point 2 that reads, applications can include multiple projects up to the value of 100,000 and be assessed on a competitive basis.
Will you have a seconder for that amendment?
Yeah, I'll second that amendment.
Okay. Do we have any opposition to the amendment? I'll speak in opposition. Does Move wish to speak to the amendment?
Or you wanted to see if the mover of the motion's happy with it first?
Oh, no, I won't support it. That's
You're
not, sorry.
I'm happy to speak to it.
Yeah.
In line of the comments that I made before, I think it's disappointing that there isn't an opportunity to workshop this as a council in the first instance. I do applaud the Deputy Mayor for having the initiative of pulling something together, because you've heard what we've all heard, and that is community groups know that the agreement with Origin has led to money coming to council to address the livability concerns that not only council has, but stakeholders like APLNG and the broader community have in terms of our regional communities. I just think we are narrowing ourselves not to open it up to community groups, not-for-profit organisations, to go outside the threshold of 25,000. There are some really smart people that volunteer their time in a myriad of community groups right across the region, and they've got some fantastic ideas to address the livability concerns, some of the things that we may never think of in this room, and I think narrowing it to 25,000 is disappointing. I support in principle the concept, and the only way I could see us testing the 100,000 without me having to vote against the substantive resolution was to move this amendment. And so on that basis, if this doesn't get up, I'm going to have to support the substantive resolution, because it will look like there's a wedge in this council that, for me, I don't support addressing the livability concerns of this region. And so I want to test whether council and the makeup of this council has the intestinal fortitude to look at much bigger projects than 25,000. In the event that isn't supported, then I'll support the 25.
Okay, well, I'll speak against the amendment. I don't think it's very respectful to say council has the intestinal fortitude. I don't think that's what it's about. I think it really is about where do we want to have the benefit from it. And if we've seen enormously good schemes work that so many groups get a piece of the pie as non-for-profit groups. They've been very, very successful, and I believe that this what Councillor McMillan has put up mirrors this. So I certainly believe that this is the way to go, and it's nothing to do with intestinal fortitude. It's really just the best bang for the buck, and certainly will not be supporting this amendment. Does anyone else wish to speak for or against?
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a comment, please?
Please go ahead.
I'm just doing the arithmetic on there's the second suggestion of the $100,000. If we've got a total of $500,000, 500,000, that would then limit projects to possibly 5 100,000 projects. There are many, many not-for-profit groups in our community. There are many localities in our community. I would prefer to see more money spread with more groups where there's a collective benefit of everybody working together to increase the livability rather than having a few big ticket projects. So I will vote against the 100,000 just because I'd like to see the money spread further throughout our whole Maranoa.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, please, if I could speak.
Please go ahead.
Wendy.
Just going on, Councillor Guthrie saying the 100,000, but it's projects up to 100,000, so that's the other thing. But I won't be supporting the amendment either, because I believe number one should be all that we're doing today, which is to seek the endorsement and to talk to the APLNG group before we do anything with the money. And I know it's our money, but at the same time, they have to tick off on what we spend it on. So I won't be voting for either motion today.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say, as I said before, I've spoke to some of the non-for-profit groups that are looking for money, one in particular, and I know they want more than 25,000, but they'd be very happy if we get them 25,000 if they were successful, to give them the leverage to go further.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, well, we've got, I
Sorry.
think, Councillor Hancock first, and then Councillor
Right.
Burkett.
Just a question, Mr Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. Just with those community groups that can apply up to there now, are they applying to the community grants funding and missing out? Is that
I'm not
the
sure.
existing community grant funding?
These are ones that have been to Origin, and Origin have told them to come to council.
Yeah. So it's not, because we already have a grant program that they can apply for. I was just interested. I thought they must have been missing out on that opportunity. But yeah, they're specifically after this funding of money.
Well, yeah, through you, Mr Mayor, they've been to Origin, and Origin's been told them about this money.
Righto, Councillor Burkett.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I agree with Councillor Guthrie. I had that written down as well. Instead of potentially only 5 groups, we could be 20 or more groups could be potentially lined up to get some sort of help. I think the bigger groups, the more successful clubs in our area who have got the capabilities or the personnel to put really good submissions in could really take a lot of the money away from these lesser groups that are struggling at the best of times with committee people and executive members. So I think this opens it up for more people to get a little piece of the pie, as been mentioned. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Does the mover wish to sum up?
Yeah, thanks very much. What I moved was projects up to 100,000. I never envisaged that we would see all projects looking to 100,000. We wouldn't have had this come to the table today with a cap of 25,000 if there weren't community groups out there that just wanted a smaller piece of the pie. So to suggest that we would only get larger projects, I just don't think is accurate. In terms of intestinal fortitude, that's not a disrespectful comment. It's urging people to have the strength to forge ahead and look to the future. We spent a whole day or half a day on Monday talking about future aspirations for our region. So I think a comment like that is pertinent if we are going to advance the region and address, in this case, the livability aspects that people have been raising us with for some time. So again, I urge people to support this so that we give community groups an opportunity to have their intestinal fortitude to forge ahead with much larger projects than 25,000. But I stress, in principle, I think this has some real merit in running a grant program.
Okay, well, we'll go to the vote on that amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? I haven't heard anyone.
Yes.
Through the chair, 2 councillors raised their hands, Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Hancock.
Righto. All those against? Against.
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 Councillor Edwards against.
And Mr Mayor?
Yep, and I'm against.
Okay. And so...
So how many is that in against?
So, Mr Mayor, we had...
2 for and 7 against was the count. Is that correct?
Yes.
7, yeah. 2, 7.
So we had Councillor Taylor, Councillor Guthrie, Councillor Taylor, did I get you right there?
Yeah.
Did you? Yep, did. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Guthrie, Councillor McMullen, Councillor Ladbroke in the chamber raised their hands against the motion.
Righto. Okay, righto, so that was lost, and I'll call for division. Now, moving on to the motion, as it was, we're going to go to the vote on that. All those in favour, and if you can just verbally say it, please.
Yes.
Julie?
Yes.
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 Councillor Edwards, yes.
Okay, and I'm in favour. All those against?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 7-2 as far as I read it.
Yes.
And if I can call for a division.
Yes.
Okay, moving on. Item 8.2, subject heading, budget priorities 2022-23. I move that this lay on the table to be dealt with item, I think it's C1. Yes, C1. Deal with it at the same time. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Everyone,
Yes.
Councillor Edwards,
All
yes.
Yes.
All those against?
9-0 in favour.
Righto, thank you. 9-0. Okay. Item 12.1, Yuleba Fire Tower Project Update. I've got just a question on this one. Is this, I don't know whether Deputy Director Cam is in the room.
Yes, through the
Is
chair.
this
yes.
one a different one that we approved to go and find out about the design?
Through you, Mr.
Or
Mayor.
through the CEO?
Mr. Mayor, I have the Deputy Director in the room. Through you, I will hand over to him.
Yes.
Righto, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just I've also got Project Officer Lucy here with me as well. But in terms of your question, this is a follow-up to that one. We have had some advice from a number of building certifiers. We went to the specialist Wood Research and Design as well to get some feedback on there. So that's what's outlined in this report, the advice from them groups. And yeah, so to answer your question, this is the follow-up to that one.
Righto, okay. Righto. Do we have a mover?
Could I ask a question too, please?
Please go ahead.
To Director Cam. So in your office recommendation is what the community want?
I understand that's consistent with the letter that was received from your Bar Development Group, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a mover on this?
Happy to move.
Through the chair, the Councillor Ladbrook has raised his arm.
I'd like to move that
yeah.
Council receive and note the advice within the report, approve in principle the concept of publicity accessible, 3.8 metre high refurbished fire tower cabin, and process discussions with relevant stakeholders, including Yuleba Development Group. Number 3, consider a refurbishment of a fire tower cabin and interpretive historical display located within Cobb & Co Park, Yuleba, as part of the 2022-23 budget development.
Happy to second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we've got a second of Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? I'll speak in opposition.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Through the chair to the Deputy Director, Order Officer Lucy. On page 41, it references the requirements of the Disability Discrimination Act 1992. Does that point to approve in principle the concept of publicly accessible 3.8 high? Does that include provisions to allow all abilities access?
Through you, Madam CEO, that is something that we can look at during the design. The 3.8 metre high is just referring, I guess, to the height rather than the actual detailed design of the disability accessibility. It's something, I think, up to 3.6 metres high, you could have a ramp. At 3.8 metres high, it is a lift if it is going to be disability accessible. But there are other ways that you can work through that, including interpretive displays down the bottom, which can provide a similar level of access. That's something that would need to be tested with an access consultant as to whether that would be sufficient underneath the Disability Discrimination Act, or whether we would have to look at either reducing the tower by that 200 mil or putting in a lift.
So just a follow-up question then. So the concept will include options to address what you've just articulated, which is it could be a lift, it could be a ramp, reducing it to 3.6, it could be interpretive, signage and all of that that will be included in the concept. My question is there enough direction here today via that resolution to include addressing the elements around the Disability Discrimination Act?
We could add something to point number 2, that something along the lines of approve in principle the concept of a publicly accessible, including all ability.
And then all of that then comes back to council for consideration.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think everyone received a letter from Yuleba Development Group, and they made reference to the one in Chinchilla, I think, was it? That's 4 metres high. So, I mean, I don't know what's in, but it's obviously whatever they've got. Maybe we could mirror that.
I don't think they have access to that.
I don't know. I can't remember.
I don't think that's all ability access.
Yeah, through you, Madam CEO, it isn't all ability access. There are stairs which you can climb up. You're not encouraged to climb up, but the ability is there. But it's a very similar option based on that style.
It's been there some time, I think, hasn't it?
2017 was when Chinchilla originally asked for the Yuleba fire tower to come, so sometime in between then and now.
I might be wrong, but I thought with the regulations today, you can't have one without the other, if that makes sense. You can't have, I think the word discrimination, you can't have steps to assert there and no disabled. You've got to accommodate for everything.
So, Mr Mayor, given the feedback that the staff have provided, I'm happy to move an amendment that the point 2 include the wording after publicly accessible in brackets, including all ability.
Okay. Do you is there a seconder for that motion?
Well, I've moved it, so if the mover and the seconder of the substantive resolution...
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Where was the...
Right, okay. So that is part of the motion now. Righto. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
No, I don't. No, thank you.
Mr Mayor,
Righto.
can I just ask a question? Just
Sure.
with regard to what Councillor O'Neill has said, and I agree with that. I'm wondering whether the inclusion of up to 3.8 metres would actually give a little bit of leeway, because when Project Officer Lucy was mentioning the 3.6, it's clearly saying that we're going with the shorter option, but giving you maybe a little bit of wriggle room that should there be a discussion between stairs and or lift, it's sort of giving you that little bit more wriggle room. You sort of know where I'm going?
I do.
Yeah.
I think by what I got from before, it's coming back to us. There'll be a design for an elevator, there'll be design for a ramp, your stairs, but I mean, if that clears it up.
Yeah, through you, CEO and the Mayor. I think that's good. That will provide just that little bit more flexibility, enough direction that we'll try and get the 3.8, but if we don't have it hard-coded, if we confront 200 mil difference, we can adjust that and still bring a substantive report back, not a rescission to do that. So thank you.
So through the chair, Councillor Ladbroke, through the Mayor, could you just confirm with Councillor Ladbroke that he's happy with the addition of those words?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah. Righto. And the second is happy.
Well, I actually have a question, please, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
So My concern with that amendment is, as it stands with the 3.8, it's in principle. So it's about a concept and all that stuff, all of those, everything we've discussed today about the including allability will come back to us before an actual decision is being made. My concern is that if we reduce it, like if we put
Up to
3.8, the community might be worried that we're not wanting to originally try and do the 3.8. My concern is the perception from the community. So I'm just trying to decide whether, you know, it's, I guess as long as the intention around the room is to try and doing 3.8, take into considerations of the all accessibility.
Righto. So are you happy to accept the amendment as the seconder? Councillor Hancock?
Yes, I will, Mr. Mayor.
Righto. Okay. Well, I'll speak against the motion as the mover doesn't wish to speak to the motion. I think this is very, very disappointing on a few levels. One is I certainly note the letter from Yuleba Development Group. I do believe they have lost faith that council would spend any significant amount of money in their region. I do note the community consultation where the fire tower wasn't one of the priorities, and so it won't be part of the master, part of the sort of the moving forward with actually putting in the livability issues. I also get feedback from the community that they're disappointed at our underwhelming visitor attractions, and how the feedback from the community is when they go to other places, they see wow things, but they never see that in the Maranoa, and they wonder why. I do believe we also have to look at the depreciation, and I certainly wouldn't be in favour of anything which is another lift. I think we've got major maintenance costs coming up with the big rig, which it's obviously has been built. And I do believe if you get the right people in the room, you can develop something that's actually at the correct height for an authentic fire tower that people will come and visit our smaller communities. Other feedback I've had is that council never spends any money in the smaller communities of any size, and I would like to change that. But I'd also, because this is not a Yuleba Development Group depreciation asset or anything of all of the costs, I do believe that having an authentic fire tower with the right people in the room to be able to develop something like that would be an amazing visitor attraction for Yuleba. And I don't believe in giving up on that to do a 3.8 metre, 3.6 metre, and it's absolutely nothing to do with the original project that people used to talk about and climb. And my advice is that there is ways to do that, and you would have to put a case about disability. But I think if you actually say, come and look at the experience and the view from 3.8 metres, for the people with the disability, it does not give them any benefit either. So I think it's just disappointing all round if this motion is passed, because I believe that it's council assets, and we need to make sure that, we need to invest in our smaller communities and change that feedback that I'm getting, and B, do authentic things that are actually to the correct size and solve the issues around disability and find a different way to be able to support everyone in our community, but giving them an amazing asset. Okay, does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Okay, does the mover wish to sum up?
I just think that if we did, you know, a proper tower, the expense to council, we'd have to put in lifts and all that sort of stuff. I just think it's impractical to go that high, maintenance-wise. That's all.
Okay, righto. On that note, we go to the vote. All those in favour?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
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 So we have, through the chair, we have 7 in favour. Councillor?
All those against? I'm against.
Councillor Edwards, yeah, I'm against.
Okay, that's 7-2. If I can call for a division.
Just through the chair, just if we could just get clarification of that. Councillor Edwards, was that you just then, or was that Councillor Burkett? Because we just
Burkett was for it.
for it, and so we have. So through the chair, could we just confirm those against?
Yeah, play, all those against?
Councillor Edwards is against.
And Councillor Golder. 7-2, if I can call for division.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so through the chair, it's the next report's page 49.
Thank you. Item 12.2, Asset Management Plan, Water Network, Revisions 5, November 2021. Do we have a mover?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move this one.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to move that Council 1 receive the Water Network Asset Management Plan, the AMP, Revision 5 as presented. 2, endorse the Water Network AMP for inclusion in the local government infrastructure planning documentation. And 3, consider the Water Network AMP in parallel with budget preparation.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll second it.
I'm happy to second, Councillor.
I have a question, Mr Mayor.
Righto, well, we had Councillor McMullen was first, I think, and then we have a question from Councillor Hancock.
That's correct.
Yeah, through the chair, just wondering, have we heard anything back about the Surat 4 allocation?
For the new, no, we haven't, Mr Mayor, we haven't heard back from that yet. We're going to write a letter to them, I don't know if that's a problem.
Through the chair, we have been following up. We haven't got a response yet.
Okay, so, yeah.
Right.
Actually, also.
So does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Sorry, I do have a follow-up question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry, and just, would you, through the chair, would you mind giving me an update on what's happening with the pumps and that down in Surat? Like, we got security of water. Sorry, I'm asking the wrong person now, sorry. But yet, that would be part of the water asset management plan, those pumps in Surat, wouldn't it?
The capital project to replace them is, but the day-to-day running of it isn't.
I can't hear the officer.
The capital project for replacing pumps as they fail or be renewed is part of the asset management plan, but the day-to-day running is obviously a local area issue.
So through the chair, can we take that question on notice and we'll, so it was around the pumps in Surat and the response from the Minister in relation to the bores.
Yes, please. Just really, it's about that water security in Surat at the moment. When I know has been some issues down there.
Sure.
And can I ask, is the pump still not fixed down there, Councillor Hancock, or?
That was my next question too, but it's probably not under Manager Graham's role, but I'm not sure.
So, you don't know what's happened in the community, whether we haven't got water for the raw water? Or?
They have water.
Yeah.
But I just, there was some concerns regarding the pumps down there.
Yep. Look, through the
Right,
chair,
okay.
through the chair, we're happy to take questions by councillors and provide any information outside of the meeting in relation to that.
Righto, thank you.
My apologies for asking the wrong officer the information.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion or against? Then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 6 in the
Yes.
room, 7.
Councillor Edwards, yes.
Councillor Goldie, yes. 9-0, I believe.
Mr Mayor, can I make a suggestion before we go much further? There's 3 councillors online, which is no problem. If you want to hop in and move something, jump in pretty quick, because I did wait a little bit, but I didn't hear anything, so that's why we're trying to keep things rolling, you know. But I'm not being smart, but if you want to, don't be scared to jump in, if that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to 12.3, Asset Management Plan, Sewerage Network, Revision 3, December 2021. Do we have a mover?
Happy to move it.
Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that Council 1 receive the Sewerage Network Asset Management Plan AMP, is it revision?
Yes,
3,
that's right.
as presented. 2, endorse the Sewerage Network AMP for inclusion in the local government infrastructure planning documentation. And 3, consider the Sewerage Network AMP in parallel with budget preparation.
I'll second that.
Okay, yeah,
Councillor
who was that?
Edwards, second.
Councillor Edwards. Right, any opposition? Does anyone else wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Councillor Edwards, yes.
Councillor Goldie, yes.
Councillor Edwards,
All those-
yes.
Through the chair, that's not.
Councillor, anyone in opposition?
No, 9-0 was the call.
9-0, thank you. Item 12.4, Risk Management Plan, Utility Services. Do we have a mover?
I'll move, Mr Mayor.
Righto, please go ahead.
I'll move that council endorse this report.
I'll second that.
Do we have a seconder?
Councillor Ladbroke.
Where is the actual?
Councillor Ladbroke.
Page 58.
Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
I just have a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering, like I'm reading here about the report and the risk management, but do we actually have a report?
It was, through Mr Mayor, a hard copy was given to you.
I did read that. Yep, thank you. I just left it at home. Yep, thank you.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak for or against the motion? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Councillor Edwards, yes.
Councillor Goldie, yes. All those against?
No, it's 9-0, Mr Mayor.
9-0. Okay, moving on.
Through the chair,
So
page
what's the next
62.
page number, please?
62.
Thank you. 12.5, Asset Management Plan, Gas Network, Revision 4, March 2022.
I'm
Do
happy
we
to
have a
move.
mover? Councillor Burkett, I believe.
Councillor Burkett. I'd like to move that Council 1 receive the Gas Network Asset Management Plan, AMP, Revision 4 as presented. 2, endorse the Gas Network AMP for inclusion in the local government infrastructure planning documentation. And 3, consider the Gas Network AMP in parallel with budget preparation.
Do we have a seconder?
I'm happy to second it, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Who was that? Councillor Taylor, was it?
Through the chair, it was
Guthrie.
councillor Guthrie.
Righto, thank you. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Everyone in.
That's 9-0.
Councillor Edwards, yes.
Sorry.
And Councillor Goldie, yes. So any against? Okay, 9-0. Could that volume be turned up a bit, my end, if it can be, please? It's a bit quiet.
You have to do that your end. We can't turn
Oh, I've got it on my phone, but I don't know if there's anything that can be done on the Teams or not.
It's very loud this end. Oh, no, not real loud, but it's loud, very good, very loud and plain this end, Mr. Mayor.
anything we can do here.
Yeah.
Item 12.6, Master Builders Award nomination for Roma Big Rig. Do we have a mover?
I'm happy to move, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
I move that Council 1 endorse the submission by J Hutchinson Builders Pty Ltd for the entry of the Roma Big Rig Observation Tower and Tree Walk project as an entry to the 2022 Master Builders Awards. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to sign the owner's authorisation form required for the submission.
Happy to second that.
We have a Councillor Taylor seconding it. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say that I think that it is, council should take every opportunity to showcase the Maranoa and our projects throughout the Maranoa, and this is going to be a wonderful opportunity to acknowledge the project and to showcase what the Maranoa has to offer.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, then we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, everyone here.
Councillor Edwards, yes.
All those against? I'm against. So is that 8-1?
That's 8-1 through the chair.
Who was?
Yeah, if I can call for division.
Who was against, Mr. Mayor?
The
the
mayor
mayor.
was.
I was.
Oh, I didn't see.
So 8-1. Okay, item 13.1. Request for new grid installation, Noona Road.
Mr.
we
Mayor,
have
I'm
a
happy to
mover?
move.
Please go ahead.
I'll move that council approve the installation of a single grid and required gates at Noona Road at Chainage 2020. As per council's policy, grids and gates adopted on the 12th of February 2020 at GMO 20020-77.
I'll second that. Councillor Ladbroke.
Councillor Ladbroke seconds that. Do we have any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
No, thanks, Mr. Well, I don't, Mr. Mayor, thanks.
Righto. We'll go to the vote then. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Councillor Edwards, yes.
And Councillor Goldie, yes. Any opposition? Anyone against?
No.
9-0 through the chair, 9-0. Yeah.
Okay, we're moving on to the next one. Now, what page is that one, please?
Through the
80.
chair, page 82. And item 13.2.
Yeah, sorry, what page number? 80,
82.
82. Okay, item 13.2, Good Neighbours Policy. Do we have a mover? I'd like to move that A, acknowledge the elements that could be incorporated in a Good Neighbours Policy, approach the Department of Justice with a view to establish a dispute resolution branch in the Maranoa Region to provide a referral point for disputes that cannot be resolved by council, and C, through the CEO, implement extra measures that are not compliance measures about solving preliminary issues with community members. And obviously that would have to go away for some obviously to be worked on through the CEO. Do we have a sec? Please go ahead.
Look, through the chair, can I suggest that potentially you might have wording that this, through the CEO implement an early conciliation approach to all disputes?
I'm happy with that.
Yep.
Yep. So this is not compliance issues. So this is sort of before it gets to that, or when someone doesn't want to. A lot of people don't want to put a complaint in, but they're obviously not happy about something.
I have a question, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Can I just ask you, Mr. Mayor, who you think is going to do this job?
Well, that would be up to the CEO to work out that. Obviously, we've got senior bosses in each area. It would be, obviously there's delegations from the CEO, but it's about what happens in small councils now where people just have a chat and try and solve something. If they can't, then obviously, people have other options at their disposal.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I probably can add to that is that the concept of neighbourliness is council's got probably a broad overarching role in relation to that, often in policy settings, but also through local laws. And what you would say is your policy settings are your proactive settings, and your local laws are also proactive, but often have a complaints process around those. So they're reactive processes. In your Good Neighbours policy, the framework is that you're working across the spectrum of that. So whether it's from a customer service perspective, from a policy perspective that might be around stock routes, around animal management, maybe around a range of things, as well as you have a legal framework that sits behind your local laws process where you're maintaining compliance with your local laws. In essence, an early conciliation process is really just have a first step in all those processes, which is trying to nip the issue in the bud. And in essence, council tries to do that, but we could work up an early conciliation process, across that whole framework and work together in order to do that. Because we are already in that space, it's really just having that first step process to make sure things don't escalate further.
So we do.
That makes sense.
Sorry. So we do have a good neighbourhoods policy.
No, through the chair, we work on good neighbour. We work on being a good neighbour across a range of functions across council, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Righto. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
I have a question.
So have I.
Just based on that,
Please go ahead.
just so we're all on the same page, when this first came to council, it wasn't just about council issues. So it wasn't just about, it could be any issue that a neighbour has with a neighbour within that street that they can come to, or not in that street. If anyone has an issue with anybody in town, that they can come to council, and council will go and try and sort it out. So that was the initial intent when this first came to council. Is that intent changed? Because what I heard the CEO just say is talk about our processes within council, which is there is a lot of neighbourly stuff and processes and policies that we can take in consideration, and I'm sure we can add stuff into our information regarding council business. My major concern with this is if we're not just doing council business and we're actually being involved in neighbourhood disputes that actually is got nothing to do with council.
Look, through the chair, that's a good question, and certainly it's the back end. The front end of the framework could easily be an early conciliation process, which is designed just to be a first step.
Regarding council?
Yes, around council,
matters?
but pushing them through the framework, because you're absolutely right, there will be matters that are outside council's jurisdiction, but rather than just say not our job, is we have a referral process into a framework that can resolve those outside of council. And so by honouring the original motion is that, in essence, we have that assisted referral process and work with relevant stakeholders around those assisted referrals. in relation to the author of the report, what their research had revealed is that there is a funded process in relation to that around the relevant agency, the Department of Justice, where indeed they could set up a branch here in the region, actually work closely with council and have that seamless approach to what's a council issue, but we're still working with our customers around neighbourliness. It's just that when we don't always do everything, but we actually care enough to move them through the system and guide them into another system, if that makes sense, and that our funded community support officers could work with those stakeholders to make sure that we genuinely are providing a quality referral and that we close the loop.
So follow-up question then is, Madam CEO, what is the risk to council then? Because if we're playing in fields which, we're sending officers out to try and come up with some dispute resolution that's not in our area, is that a risk to council that people, will come to council expecting it to be solved, and if council can't do it, are we putting council at risk because once, we can't do that, we can't achieve that because they don't want to go to their neighbour? I'm actually really concerned about the risk to council's name, and also risk to our staff members by putting them in positions that might not be our core business.
Look, through the chair, what I would say is that where we see the framework being best implemented is through our customer request management processes, so that it actually has established procedures in relation to that, and a clear entry as well as a clear exit, as well as matching that up with our complaints processes around local laws and other complaints. We already get significant inquiry that's outside council scope. In the development of the policy framework and putting up the elements of that to council is showing you that we're not the only council in this space. Councils have looked at these things in varying different ways depending on their community need. For argument's sake, Barcaldine, in relation to their biosecurity needs and the good neighbourliness around that. Townsville very much around what is being a good neighbour and actually promoting and connecting communities. So clearly in the development of the report, we were saying, actually, we're still working with customers here. It's really saying we acknowledge that if we go into a dispute process without clear understanding of clear steps in a process and what we do at the points in those gates, then yes, there is risk to council. But if you can put it into a process whereby it sits within existing frameworks and can be referred out of that process with a degree of quality that we reduce the risk and we are able to measure the request and work it through, but also measure the referral going out of the system, if that makes sense.
So if this motion gets up today, we will get a policy back to approve.
You've got, yes, through the chair, you've got elements of policy research before you, so yes, that forms the basis that council can say, I like that, I like that, I like that.
Okay,
Absolutely.
So my question...
Righto, do we have Councillor O'Neill, do you have a question?
I do, through the chair, just so I'm clear then after the conversation we've just had. Point 3, through the CEO, implement an early conciliation approach. You're not implementing an early conciliation approach. You're bringing that back as part of the customer request policy for consideration.
Yes.
So you're not
that's
you're
right.
not
You could.
implementing anything. Then you're doing the body of work that
Yes.
the author had suggested would need to happen in the event DOJ, the Department of Justice, informs council that they are not going to set up a branch. Is that right? Like on page 88, the author said, should the approach to the DOJ prove unsuccessful, council could investigate and develop a policy and program based on DOJ dispute resolution initiative incorporating other councils, I won't name them, and should council wish to take this approach, it then goes on to say a significant body of work would be required to develop and integrate that process that you're talking about in council's existing customer request policy. So is that, I'm now confused because it looks like you're going to go and do that work
Through the chair.
prior to knowing whether DOJ in fact would set up a referral agency here. Is it both?
Yeah, well, it's my motion, so I'm happy to say, and we'll get into it if the motion is seconded, but we can look at both. We can look at what early interventions, because in our small town, someone wants to talk to you about things that are not always just council, but they say, council, we need your help. And if it's made very clear what the basis is, that it's not our area, but we can do this as a preliminary thing, that's basically what I would expect that we'd get back in the report. Is, I'm supporting by putting the motion forward about the approach to the Department of Justice, but also look at what very preliminary things that we have, like we get it all the time with, multiple things that are not our area, but it's almost like one step that way, it's our area, and another step that way, it's not our area. And the community gets very frustrated about that. So,
Mr. Mayor, I have another question, if I may.
Please go ahead.
As councillors have said, when we first heard about this, it wasn't your intent to go through the customer request system, basically. This was just, someone knocking on somebody's door and saying, hey, don't start your truck up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I thought that was your intent. I didn't think you wanted it to have to go through our channels that we might have for customer complaints.
No, for instance, if it's a good neighbours, what I would envisage, if it's a good neighbours request that goes in the CR system, where they don't want to put in compliance measures and get onto planning and all of that, they can say, I just want someone to have a chat to them. They could put a CR in that basis, and then the good neighbours policy would kick into place. And it's almost like trying to de-escalate it before it becomes a problem. Obviously, people will be made aware. Everyone's still got all their rights, but this is just having a friendly chat. So it doesn't matter. Of course, it can go in as a CR, but if you have someone starting the truck, then they have to deal with it as noise, or then as planning, or as and sometimes, as we know, none of it might give any remedy for the person annoyed about that, but they might only be able to deal with it as a planning issue, which is a major escalation. So it's really just about common sense, having a chat. Any other questions? Righto. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second it.
Oh, sorry.
Righto. Councillor McMullen. Well, I'll speak to the motion. We're talking about risk here. I'm actually really concerned about our officers and the risk that they deal with every day with frustrated people. I see some people that are at the ends of their wits and could hurt someone, possibly, and that's because they're frustrated with the system. And I believe if we can get ahead of the curve with our residents and have a friendly chat about the big picture, what's happening here, that's very, very beneficial. You could even look at it as actually saving council resources, because not only is the council revenue spent with complaints in any of our, but if you can solve this, this has a material benefit to the residents, all of the residents, but also it has a benefit to our council budget. So instead of thinking bureaucracy about risk, I'm actually worried about the risk of our officers. And if you've got people so frustrated by the system, that is a risk. And so I believe having a friendly chat, it may not work, but at least we can be smart and act as we operate locally by having that sort of feedback, and we can have a preliminary chat about it. And or we might be able to have the Department of Justice Resolution Branch. All of those things could benefit, stopping people getting really, really upset. So I think it's of benefit to our staff, our organisation, and the people of the Maranoa. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Through you, Mr Mayor, Kelly, the minute taker. For point 3, are you saying through the CEO investigate an early conciliation policy approach?
Is the CEO happy with that? Because the CEO will have to deliver it.
Through the chair, I was going to ask a similar question, so yes, I'm certainly supportive of that.
Yep, righto. Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Well, we'll go to the vote then. All those in favour?
Yes.
Councillor Edwards, yes.
I can't hear anyone else.
No. Call for against, Mr Mayor.
All those against?
Yes.
7-2, Mr Mayor.
7-2. Okay, if I can call for a division. Righto, we're moving on. Okay, so if we have the next page number, please.
Page 90.
90, thank you. 13.3, council agendas. Do we have a mover?
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council endorse the business rules D22-22444 attached to this report to provide guidance to officers on those issues that council wishes to be included in council's meeting agendas.
Do we have a seconder?
I'm happy to second, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Guthrie, I think.
Yes, thank you.
And any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
I just have a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Madam CEO, I just would like to see, can you give me some examples? Personally, I'd love to have a briefing or a workshop on this so that we could actually have seen some examples of what would be left in and what would be taken out. Even like of today's meeting, what would be? Could you provide me with some examples? Because I actually do believe that within the business rules, there is still a bit of grey area there where, so what I'm concerned about is something when a staff member may not see that there might be a political issue or a community issue because they may not have that view over that. So I'm a bit concerned about the grey area, and I'd just like, could you give me some examples of what would have been in or what would be out?
Look, through the chair, I'm certainly conscious of, in the last number of meetings, is council talking at times about that reports are sort of coming to you that you don't necessarily think really you should need to see. The business rules actually help the organisation as much as they help council, is they help me give direction to senior management and also managers to say, to have that conversation about saying, really, should that go to council? Does that meet that criteria? Look, at the end of the day, it's probably stating the obvious, is there may not be a huge amount of difference in relation to what you see. However, there certainly won't be some of those reports that aren't necessary to be here. And look, of course, we know even with this report, in the work that you've done over the last couple of days, there's another report that will be in here that isn't included. So it's really designed to be where those matters are not strategic, where they're not relevant to council decision making, and they don't meet those criteria, that they don't come in. To think of an example off the top of my head, look, I certainly could to have a look for some of those and actually send you some of those. They just sneak in every now and again, and it's really just cleaning it up. But it does help me as the CEO just put some guidelines back to staff in relation to that, saying, look, council have had a look at the business rules, they're happy to support them. Yes, they're broad, but there are aspects of their time that they want to make sure are used more efficiently than potentially they are now, if that makes sense.
I've got a question.
Right. Any other questions?
Yep.
So I have a question. Through the chair to the CEO, if these were implemented a month ago, or a council supported this, of the last two meetings, are there things, and use today's current agenda as an example, are there things in this agenda, had this been adopted a month ago, that wouldn't be here today?
In this agenda, not necessarily. Why? Through the chair, there's a number of items there that you've actually had before you a number of times. For example, the water asset management plans. So with their complex matters, so they've been to a briefing and they've come back to you here. So the majority of stuff that you have before you today, you would get. I would probably say that at a briefing and potentially any next briefing, we have a clear discussion around what's in confidential or not. What I would say is that there's probably a number of reports in the agenda today that could bear public scrutiny as public reports, in relation to your third quarter reviews and things like that. And we've talked about those before. So this really just sets a bit of a scene for us from an organisational perspective. But yes, we have the opportunity to improve the agenda, to improve its format, but most importantly, ultimately, what goes to you becomes a choice between both the council and myself. Yes.
Right. Okay. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Sorry, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor, I
Councillor
have another question.
Guthrie.
Guthrie, yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Well, does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Councillor Taylor has a question.
I just wondered if it was possible if we lay this on the table until we have a briefing on this, because I'm not comfortable with it at all. I just feel that you're taking a little bit away from us, and I don't know if that's true or not because I don't have enough information. So could we possibly lay this on the table till we get
Next
a briefing
briefing?
on this?
Sure.
I would really support that too. Just to give
Well,
us some
we'll put that to the
examples.
vote and see. We'll put that to the vote and see if that is supported or not. All those in favour?
Mr. Mayor, I was going to ask a question, Mr. Mayor, before. If this resolution was to get up today, the intention's still to come to a briefing anyway. Is that correct?
Yes. Look.
Adopting the policy.
Yeah.
This is adopting policy without it going to a briefing.
Yes. So through the chair, this just provides that policy framework. Can you amend your policy at a further date? Yes, you can. So it's up to council.
Okay. So all those in favour of laying it on the table?
1, 2, 3. We have Councillor O'Neill,
Yes.
Councillor Hancock, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Burkett. That's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. All those against?
We have Councillor Guthrie, Councillor McMullen, Councillor Ladbrook.
Councillor Edwards against.
And Councillor Golder against.
Okay, that's
So that's lost 4-5.
yes.
Okay, does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy as the seconder to speak to the motion. I believe that our delegations are very clear, that we adopt, that give the CEO certain areas of responsibility. I think the Local Government Act's pretty clear. But I also think that there have been times in the last 2 years that I've seen agenda items that I question why they've come our way, and we have then deliberated and discussed, and many of them are procedural or things that really don't need to, they're not strategic in intention. So I'm happy to vote in favour of this, and I actually second it for that reason, and then to have the briefing to then tweak it out and make sure that it's really clear, because I do believe when I read the agenda items, I was very clear that I was comfortable with this one.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
I just don't think we've done it in the right order. I think we should be able to have a briefing on it. And I'm quite happy for everything to come to the table. Sometimes I think the officers go into too much detail, but at least I know what's going on. And so I'm happy to do my job and listen to everything that comes to the table and make a decision. I think it's wrong not to have a briefing. But then so often we don't have briefings, so I'm not impressed at all.
Does anyone wish to speak for the motion? I'll speak for the motion. I believe that this is a very well-crafted report from the Director of Baringa at the time, a very senior, experienced director. And congratulations on this report. It's so concise. It gives clear direction. It has lots of safety margins. If councillors would like to see an example, I remember where we're getting examples where people want to hire one of our facilities and they do it all the time, and they're coming to council when they're making a change to their hours. Absolutely not needed to be there. So congratulations on the Director of Baringa at the time for doing such a well-written report, very clear, very precise, a more efficient way to operate. I don't believe we should make the council meetings any longer than they need to be. So I think they need to be things that really need to be decided by council, and congratulations on such a good report. Does anyone else wish to speak against the motion?
Yes, I do.
Please go ahead, Councillor Hancock.
I'm disappointed because, in principle, I actually agree, and I actually support coming up with a policy to make our agendas more efficient. I acknowledge that in the Director's report that our average meetings have been going for the 2021 calendar year was 9 hours and 30 minutes. But we can't put all that down to our agenda items. That is about efficient running of a council meeting. And the buck for that needs to stop with the councillors. I actually believe that this policy is definitely worth looking at. But I actually think we're putting the cart before the horse. I would love to have had an opportunity to have a briefing where we discuss this policy, where we can be given the examples. I acknowledge the Madam CEO is happy to give us examples, but I'd like to have seen the examples before I vote on a policy. I'm unlike Councillor Guthrie, who is comfortable to vote on a policy without having all the details and then getting the details in a briefing. I actually would like to have the briefing, have the details, see the examples, nut out the policy where all 9 councillors plus the CEO is comfortable with the policy, and that we could move forward with it. I agree with the policy in principle. I just can't agree with the process that we're adopting a policy before we actually then discuss what's in the policy, then go back and maybe amend a policy. I just can't agree with the process.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak for or against the motion?
I'll speak.
Please go ahead.
I'm similar mind to Councillor Hancock. I think this is a step, and this step is in the wrong way round. We should be tabling this for a good discussion at a briefing session. At the end of the day, council are the ones that own the policies, and I don't think anyone's arguing the work that former Director Norm put into it. And Mayor, you're right, it is a concise document, but at the end of the day, the ownership sits with us. And if we've got at least 2 councillors, new councillors, have expressed a desire to get more information before they make a decision, I would have thought that it would be appropriate just to kick it down the road for a fortnight, for it to come back rather than amending it thereafter. That seems poor governance and poor decision making. If this is supported here today to go ahead as it stands. 9 hours and 30-minute average meetings aren't great. You don't make good decisions after long days. You still make decisions, but it's more challenging the longer the day goes on. When you look at the hours that other councils around us are spending on their ordinary meetings, we are by far the longest. There are other councils that have committees, obviously, where decisions are made. Toowoomba's a good example of that. But for us to have 9 hours and 30 minutes average meetings, we need some work to bring that back into a more appropriate time frame. And I think ultimately a policy like this will lead us to that. I just think that we should be sitting down, nutting out the policy. We're talking about doing it next week and they're coming back a fortnight later or fortnight from today. It makes sense to me to allow councillors to understand the implications of a policy before signing it off in this chamber. But it looks like that won't be the way it goes today, and I'll be voting against it.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion or against the motion?
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to say I believe the former officer, as you said, has put a fair bit of effort into giving us a proposed closed business agenda rules, a policy. I think it's only right we should accept it today and then go and discuss it at a further briefing.
Righto. Anyone else wish to speak for or against?
Can I just ask a question? I'm confused now.
Please go ahead.
This is a policy for council business agendas, not specifically for closed business. Am I reading that incorrectly?
No, just ask the Deputy Mayor to clarify.
Sorry,
that.
no.
What did you mean?
The close, I don't know where I got closed from. Council business agenda rules, sorry. That was my mistake.
Right.
I said closed. I didn't.
Not just closed. Righto. Okay, on that note, no one else is wishing to speak and we've summed up, so we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Councillor Edwards, yes.
All those against?
Yes.
Against.
Is that 2 against or was it 3?
Through the
Three,
chair,
Mr.
there's Councillor Taylor, Councillor.
Righto. So then that must be 6-3. 6-3, if that's correct. Call for a division. Hello?
Through the chair, that's correct.
That's correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Page.
Okay, we might break for morning tea.
It's
Righto.
now 11:11.
What number is that, please?
That we are at page 97, item 13.4.
97, thank you. Okay, item 13.4, Amby Future. Do we have a mover?
Sorry, I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Is the hall being used by any other groups now?
Look, through the chair, my understanding is no, it's been unused for quite some time.
94.
Yep.
Seen minimal community use over recent years.
Page 94.
Yeah, 98, sorry. 98. First paragraph down there, halfway through. Seen minimal community use over recent years.
Yeah, so minimal community group, yeah, that's okay, but I just want to know if anybody uses the hall, and if we give sole access, is there anybody else who may want to use that hall? Are we cutting that element off?
Look, through the chair, my understanding is it's been a very underutilised asset.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, just on that too, I do believe someone was doing yoga there. Has that been added into this?
Mr Mayor, just through the chair, I'm pretty sure the lady does yoga's mixed up with Amby QCWA and Amby Progress Association. So
right,
they're all
good.
similar people.
Okay, so Councillor Hancock, you wanted to move?
Yes,
Yes, I do. I'm actually wondering, I'll move the motion, but we actually are not putting the names in the motion, so I might add that in. I move that Council 1, note and endorse the Spinner Yarn Information Hub in Amby. 2, endorse the use of the hall for the project and offer a new lease to the combined committee. Who is the combined committee?
The Amby Progress Association in combination with the Amby QCWA.
So there's not a new name, it's just both of them. So endorse the use of the hall for the project and offer a new lease to the combined committee, Amby Progress Association and Amby QCWA branch, joint committee, to document the responsibilities of both parties at peppercorn rates. 3, advise the committee that provision of access to the hall by vehicles must comply with all conditions of the Department of Transport and Main Roads, Queensland. 4, advise the committee that provision food from the hall must comply with provisions of the Food Act and regulations. 5, consider allocating $10,000 in the 2022-23 budget to provide in-kind assistance to the Amby Progress Association and Amby QCWA branch joint committee.
Probably should advise the committee that the provision of food from the hall, isn't it?
Thank you, yeah.
Righto, do we have a seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy to second.
Okay, do we have any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Through the chair.
All those against?
Yes.
Nobody against. Councillor Edwards has not joined us again, so it's 8-0. Is that
Yes,
correct?
That's correct.
Okay, 8-0. Okay, next page number, if you've got it there, CEO.
Yes, through the chair, it is page 109.
Thank you.
And I have a conflict there, Mayor Golder.
Righto. Item 13.5, maintenance and upgrade, working dog trial arena, Bassett Park.
Yep.
Councillor Ladbrook.
Yep, item number 13.5, description, maintenance and upgrade of working dog trial area, Bassett Park. Declaring councillor is myself, Councillor Ladbrook. The person of interest in related party, close association, is my wife, Alana, and particulars of interest. I am a committee member of the Roma Turf Club, and my wife is president of the Roma Show Society, and is an applicant seeking a fee waiver in this matter. The type of conflict is a declarable conflict of interest, and the action I'll take is leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on. Thank you. No one else?
They're not actually seeking a fee waiver in this report.
There's no fee waiver.
No fee waiver in this report.
Okay.
Oh, there is another one there that is probably why Councillor Ladbrook is thinking about
Yeah,
that.
it is the other one. This one
Yeah.
is just the work, to fix up the thing above. Yep. Thank you.
Right, any other conflicts? Righto. Okay, Councillor Ladbrook's leaving the room, I'd imagine, and if you could let me know when.
Yes,
He's gone.
through the chair, he has gone now.
Righto. Okay, well, I've got a question on this one. And I think there might have been a hiccup on council side where we didn't send our correspondence and a few things like that. But is this, like, to get the show over with this year, is there anything that we need to do to make sure, since they perhaps didn't get the approval or correspondence they needed, that we need to do something, since we've only got, roughly a month to go till the show or less?
Through the chair, certainly in the report, I do have our local area director, Anna Scott, with us, and our Roma area manager, Stephen Scott, I didn't realise. Okay, with us as well. So they certainly can jump in after I've spoken. But the report just says there's about $1,200 that needs to be completed in this financial year. But I will defer to Anna or Steve just to give us an understanding what work needs to be occurring over the next couple of weeks.
Righto.
Thank you, CEO. Through the chair, I undertook a meeting with the Roma Show Society on site to have a look at their request and to see if I could assist in any way possible to deliver the request in time for the Roma Show. Through that discussion, it was determined that there were minor maintenance works that needed to happen this financial year, and in future years' budget, we could then concentrate on upgrading the facility to a better state than it would be if we just carried out minor maintenance now. So this year we've allocated in our operational budget up to $1,200 to undertake works to the wire around the arena and the poly belting to make it safe to hold the Roma Show for this year. And this has been in conjunction with the Working Dog Arena Association. The future years, I felt, and the Roma Show Society is in agreement that we undertake a major upgrade to it, which is remove the wire completely, replace all the poly belting, paint all the rails with kill rust and white paint so they look a lot better, and to do some maintenance on the grassed area so that it's usable for a sheepdog trial arena, and to maintain that the horses don't go back into there, and that's what's caused the damage this year. But I'm confident, and I've already been on site to view, that we're ready for Arena 1, which is the one they want to use this financial year for the Roma Show, is prepared and ready to go, and then in future budget we'll deliver both the arenas as an upgrade.
Righto, thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
Can I just ask a question, because I've read somewhere that there's going to be 350 dogs or something at the Roma Show this year. There's a dog show or dog competition being held in
Councillor Guthrie, I can't really hear you very well.
I was just going to ask the question that I think I have read somewhere, just getting confirmation there's about 350 dogs coming to the Roma Show this year from away as part of their events, I think.
Through the chair again, I'm unaware of the number of dogs that will be on site, but I have had discussions with the Working Dog Arena that's holding the function for the working dogs, and they're confident that they only want Arena 1 for this year.
For clarity through the chair, my understanding that isn't working dogs.
They're show dogs, aren't
they're
they?
Putting on a show dog competition that hasn't been held in my memory of the Roma Show, which is going back nearly 15 years. So that's probably where the numbers of dogs that you're hearing coming. 350 is a lot of dogs.
It was in the Southwest newspaper last week.
So it's
It's gotta be right.
It won't be the working dog.
The dogs are coming. There's large numbers of dogs coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, as far as I understand, it's show dogs, and I think that'll be in a different area, I'd imagine, but I don't know. But yeah, I don't think it's this area that we're talking about here.
I'd nearly guarantee it's in a different area. I'm happy to move.
Righto, please go ahead.
I'll move the council acknowledge the scope of works required to carry out maintenance and upgrades to Arena 2 within the working dog trial area for financial year 2021-22 and cost to GL to 812001. And B or 2, should the Roma Show Society be unsuccessful in obtaining funding to complete the upgrades to Arenas 1 and 2 of the working dog trial area, council quarantine in its 2022-23 maintenance budgets for Bassett Park necessary funds to complete the project as outlined in this report.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to second that. I was just wondering if Councillor O'Neill would change the word from quarantine to consider.
I'm happy with that.
Yep. Because we can consider that.
Righto, we have a seconder. I've just got a question to the CEO. I had some negative feedback about the grass in front of the grandstand. Do we know that's being regenerated, or do the officers know?
Look, through the chair, I will defer to officers. Over to you, Skip.
Is it related to this agenda item? Because it's the work about the working dog trial arena.
I think it is. It's Bassett Park, and it's part of the title. So, So do we have an officer to talk about?
Through the chair, yes. The area manager, Stephen Scott, will respond.
Thank you.
It probably fits more closely with 14.3, which is the fee waiver for Bassett Park, if you're talking about the show. But
No, I'm happy to ask it now.
Through the chair, there has been some works done recently on that turfed area. We've come straight from one event, which is the picnic races, into the Easter in the country, and then we'll move straight into the Roma show again. So it's allowed us limited time to do any regeneration to that area, but it's certainly presented in the best way that we can with the amount of time that we've had available. As part of the maintenance plan, which came to council previously, I'll be looking at that area once the major impacts have been undertaken, like the Roma show and Easter in the country.
Do we know whether it's had any fertiliser?
It has, Mr Mayor.
Righto, thank you. Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Righto, we're going to go to the vote then. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yeah, everyone here?
Yes.
5 here.
Yes.
6.
All those against?
It's
So
seven-
is that
7-0,
8-0?
Mr Mayor, by the sound of it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
7-0, that's right. We've got Councillor Ladbrook out of the room.
Yep.
7-0. We'll move on to the next item.
Is Councillor Edwards back on, is it? Oh, 7, yeah, sorry.
Through the chair, the next report is page 115.
Thank you. And is Councillor Ladbrook back?
Yes.
Through the chair, he has returned.
Righto, thank you. 14.1, request for Outback Air Race.
I'm happy to move.
Do we have a mover?
I have a question.
And I'm happy to move, but
Sorry, you go.
Okay, we'll do the question first.
My question just relates to point 3, about the council's 12-seater commuter bus, and that's driven by council staff only. Is that going to be, like, I've just looked at and noted some of the event is outside of hours, so obviously that'll incur overtime for the staff. And so that's my first question. My second question is, are we, by providing that, in competition to any other service providers that may operate in that arena?
Okay. Look, through the chair, certainly from our perspective, in order for our insurance to cover us, that's why we've articulated that it's operated by a council employee. And yes, I would probably defer to the manager of airports to give us the detail in relation to what timing he's thinking the majority of visitors would attend, but indeed it may incur overtime.
I can answer that question.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. I asked the officer specifically yesterday that there'll be during business hours exclusively.
Yep, right.
There will be no out of hours activity there. And to answer the second question, the taxi services in town, which might be disadvantaged by this, but they've requested the assistance of council to provide transport if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr
Okay,
Mayor.
do we have a mover?
Oh, sorry, through you, Chair, just a question.
Please go ahead.
Manager Ed, so in regards to if someone was willing to donate their time, a council employee to drive the bus, that would be okay, because it's still a council staff, I'm pretty sure, wouldn't it?
Through the chair, yes.
Through you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
My understanding in the past, the bus has been and can be driven by the volunteers if they're associated, like with the council, not just someone off the street, but volunteers from whichever, whether it be the big rig. I'm not saying they're involved in this, but council volunteers have been able to drive the bus before if need be. I'm not saying they need it for this.
Yep. Through the chair, Ed, do you have any can you highlight the current policy? Because I think it is a bit different.
The bus, through the chair, the bus is on our fees and services register as hireable. So yes, provided you have a car licence, it's only a 12-seater.
Yeah, my understanding was that volunteers are covered by council's insurance policy.
Yeah. Look, through the chair, Councillor McMullen, you are right in the fact that a volunteer it could be compliant with our policy. It's just our current hire agreement says a council employee only as part of our fees and charges. That's, so that's something council may want to consider in the next budgetary process.
It has happened in my time on council where there's volunteers have been.
Look, through the chair, I think what you're trying to highlight there is that from an insurable risk perspective, if it's a commercial operator, i.e. an employee of any other organisation other than council or a volunteer, is we take on additional risk in relation to that. So that's right.
Okay, Councillor O'Neill, did you want to move this?
I'll move that Council 1 approve the waiving of airport charges to the value of $1,000 excluding GST for the aircraft involved in the Outback Air Race, including acknowledgement and recognition of Council as a supporter of the Outback Air Race as part of the event marketing promotion. I just need a work order. We're waiving those charges. I'm going to move this lays on the table till later in the meeting to have a work order as to where that waiving of charges would go.
All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those against?
Through the chair, there's no one against.
Righto, so that's 8-0. Okay, we're moving on. Righto, what's the next page number, please? Thank you. Item 14.2, in-kind assistance request, Mitchell Show Society.
Mayor, I have a conflict of interest.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to declare a conflict of interest. Item 14.2, description, in-kind assistance request, Mitchell Show Society. Declaring councillor is myself. Person with interest is Stephen Hancock, my brother-in-law. Particulars of interest is Stephen is the president of the Mitchell Show Society. The Mitchell Show is requesting assistance from council. Type of conflict, declarable conflict of interest, and action is I'll leave the room while the meeting, the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Righto, any other conflicts?
I'm happy to move,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
If you can just let me know when Councillor Hancock has left the room.
All good.
Righto, she's left the room apparently. So, Councillor Burkett.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that Council 1 approve the in-kind assistance request for the assistance with formatting and printing of the annual show schedule, water, truck and driver, provision of rubbish bins and collection of rubbish, floating stage, cleaning facility prior to the event, parenting van. 2, be acknowledged in all forms of promotion of the event. 3, transfer $995.04 from general ledger 2887.2245.2001 ongoing assistance to general ledger 2887.2248.2001 in-kind assistance major, and 4, allocate the associated costs of $995.04 to general ledger. Hang on. To general ledger 2887.2248.2001 in-kind assistance major. Is there anything after that?
No. Mr.
Through
Mayor,
the chair, no.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to second that, but I'm just wondering if Councillor Burkett would be interested in adding a 5th dot point, just to ensure that the ceiling in the bar and the the barroom area is dealt with.
Through the chair, the showground bar.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know how to
Yeah,
word
I'm
it.
happy with that.
Ensure the ceiling in the showground bar areas
Is presentable.
securely secured.
Is secure and presentable.
Falling out.
Oh, is it?
Yep, I'm happy with that.
Areas secure and presentable. Yeah.
So is it ceiling tiles?
No, paper. I look at it, paper rubbish, real cheap.
Oh, right.
I'm happy to second that.
It's gyprock.
I don't think it is. Is it gyprock? It might be very thin then, yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Righto, so the mover and second is happy, so that's the motion. And does anyone wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to thank Council for supporting our local show. All our shows in the area are very important to the communities, and I'm glad that it's going ahead, and I'm also glad it's open to everyone. So, look, I wish all the show committee all the best for their show.
Righto. Does anyone else wish to speak against or for the motion? Well, we're going to go to the vote then. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Everyone here? That's 7-0.
7-0, sorry, yeah.
I'll go with Joe.
Righto. And all those against? So it's 7-0. Okay, so if we can get Councillor Hancock back.
That's right. Through the chair, certainly the previous report that was laid on the table, in this report we outlined the general ledger, the appropriate general ledger, which we could insert into the previous report if council was prepared to consider that.
Righto. Okay, so we might go back to
Page 115.
115, thank you. 14.1, request for Outback Air Race.
Which page?
So that's been included in there now. Okay, all right. I'll go again. That Council 1 approved the waiving of airport charges up to the value of $1,000 excluding GST for the aircraft involved in the Outback Air Race, including acknowledgement and recognition of Council as a supporter of the Outback Air Race as part of the event, marketing and promotion. General Ledger 2887 2248 2001 in-kind assistant major. 2, approve in-kind support for the event, including security, operations staff, line marking, paint, and groundwork to support parking and pedestrian safety if required. 3, approve in-kind support and use of Council's 12-seater commuter bus under the provision that's operated by Council staff only during normal office hours. And 4, authorise the CEO or delegate to negotiate with the Department of Home Affairs to create a special zone, a special event zone for the public to enter the airfield and view the aircraft should the conveners wish to pursue this option.
Can I just ask a question, please?
Please go ahead.
The approval of in-kind support, should that not have some value on it as well?
It's in the report.
Just a question.
Yes, it should.
It's in the report. Open report, so $995.04. Oh, wait,
That's the landing fees. I'm
on the wrong one.
I'm talking about the operations staff, the security,
I'm on the wrong one.
the groundwork.
You are spot on, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks.
So through the chair, that the airport associated fees are $450.
That's the landing fees.
It's the landing fees and overnight parking fees, $450.
But this is in-kind support, including
Staff wages.
security, operations staff, line marking. The in-kind support I'm asking about.
So it'd be the balance, up to $1,000.
So the approved waiver of airport charges,
Sorry,
that includes the in-kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the my
That's it.
reading, yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's $1,000.
And it's in normal operations of the council. In business hours, I understand, which makes a big difference. So.
Yeah, but we always put a price on our in-kind support because we have an in-kind budget.
Yeah, that You are absolutely right, Councillor Taylor. I'm reading one as approved, the waiving of airport charges up to the
Yeah, I see
That's
that,
waiving
but
the landing fees.
that's the landing fees.
Points 2 and 3 are the in-kind support of operations staff, driving the bus. That does need to have a value on it to be included in the in-kind support budget. So, Mayor, I'm happy to move again. That we lay this on the table until later in the meeting, to the way into the meeting, so that we can get an appropriate costing for points 2 and 3, and that we have the ledger number for the in-kind support as well.
All those in favour of that?
Yes.
Everyone here?
Okay.
Yes.
All those against? Yes. So that's 6-1 if I can call for a division. Righto, moving on.
Who was against? Oh.
Actually, it'd be 7-1. There's no one out of the room. So 7-1 if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on.
14.3, 128. I've got a conflict there, Mayor Golden.
Righto.
Away we go. Item number is 14.3, description.
Okay, item 14.3, Roma Show Society fee waiver request.
Yep.
Please go ahead, Councillor Ladbrook.
Yep. Item number is 14.3, description Roma Show Society fee waiver request. Declaring councillor is myself, Councillor Ladbrook. The person with the interest in related party is my wife Alana. Particulars of interest is my wife is president of the Roma Show Society. Is the applicant seeking the fee waiver in this matter? Type of conflict is prescribed conflict or a declarable conflict of interest. And the action, I will take and leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Okay. Any other conflicts?
I'm just leaving the room. There you go.
Thank you. If you can let me know when Councillor Ladbrook has left the room.
Through the chair, Councillor Ladbrook has left the chamber.
Righto, thank you. Item 14.3, Roma Show Society fee waiver request. I'd like to move that Council approve the request for a fee waiver of $2,649.40 for the use of Bassett Park for the annual Roma Show on the 6th to the 7th of May 2021. 2022, I should say. And I've also got a question in regards to the other support we've provided in previous years. Is this separate to this, or does it need to be included in this?
It's been separate.
In-kind assistance that we provide.
Been separate.
Through the chair, we've actually had probably a number of requests from Roma Show Society this year. Probably there's a couple of letters, and so there was a bit of overlap. I mean, there was the actual request of the fee waiver was actually left off, and this is that subsequent correspondence.
Righto. Okay. Yeah. So. And maybe I can take that question on notice about, because there was a certain amount of days for manpower to help or women power to help.
Through the chair, I certainly can circulate it to councillors. You have actually made passed a resolution on the in-kind assistance. This was just another letter that had come through. They'd come through separately,
Right.
and we were making sure we processed them both.
Righto, got it. Okay, so I'd move that, one, council approve the request for a fee waiver of $2,649.40 for the use of Bassett Park for the annual Roma Show on 6th to the 7th of May 2022, and 2, the costs be associated to General Ledger 2887.2248.2001 in-kind assistance major with a transfer from the General Ledger 2887.2245.2001 ongoing assistance to amend the over budget expenditure. And 3, approve subsequent years of this term of council for the fee waiver to be available for Roma Show Society. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second it.
Councillor O'Neill, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry, I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Sorry,
Please go.
Are we approving with point 3? Are we approving, the next 2 years of that, just for the show or any event the Roma Show Society wishes to hold on the premises?
No, so it's only for this term of council.
Yep.
So not 10 years. I thought you said 10 years.
No. I said this term of council. So
okay.
by number 3, we're approving for it for the next 2 years. And I just want to be clear: are we approving this for the show, or are we approving this for Roma Show Society, which means they can hold as many functions as they want? I just want to be clear.
No, for the annual Roma show on 6th to 7th, or whenever it is, it changes a little bit, I think.
So through the chair, we've just added approve subsequent years of the term of council. Sorry, that's for this term of council, for the fee waiver to be available for the Roma Show Society for the annual Roma show. Just a little bit of grammar there. Approve subsequent years.
Okay, Councillor Hancock, do you understand that?
Yes,
clarify
I do.
that now?
Yes, thanks. I think that's much clearer.
Yeah, through the chair, can we just rearrange that? Just approve the fee waiver for subsequent years, and in brackets for the term of this council, to be available to the Roma Show Society for the annual Roma show. Yep, just.
Righto. Was there another question from someone?
It doesn't make sense.
Approve the fee waiver for subsequent years.
Through the chair, is it approve the fee waiver for Bassett Park? Is it?
Approve
the location
fee waiver for the remaining years of this term of council for the Roma Show Society's annual Roma show.
Yeah.
Remaining years
of this term of council. Yeah.
This term of council for the Roma Show Society's annual Roma show.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Through the chair, it's saying the same thing. We're just tidying it up.
Righto. So is the seconder happy with that?
Yes, I am.
Right. Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote.
No, I'm happy to speak.
Please go ahead.
I'm happy to second this on the basis that for each year of the last decade that I've been here, the Roma Show Society writes to council asking for a fee waiver. It should be pointed out that the $2,649.40 was significantly reduced from what the fees were back in my first term of council. They were closer to 5,000, or in today's rate, they would be closer to 5,000. Council took the position that we would halve it in one of the budgets in those early years that I was here, and then subsequently council then each and every year waived that fee. It still should be very firmly in our fees and charges to illustrate the cost of waiving, the fee for the annual Roma show, but I accept that this will take it off the table, that we're doing this for the next couple of years of this term of council, because inevitably we will get a request to waive it, which I have never been around this table where it hasn't been supported. So I'm happy to support this today and back the Roma show, and I hope the 2022 event is a huge success.
Right, does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
7-0.
7-0. Righto.
If we can just get Councillor Ladbrook back in.
We'll get Councillor Ladbrook back.
Okay. And through the chair, the next page is 137.
Thank you. Item 14.4, development application, material change of use warehouse, reference 2021/20377. Do we have a mover?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move. I think Councillor Taylor might have a question.
Could I ask a question first, please?
Please go ahead.
Through the chair, hello, Officer Daniel. In the agenda item we have here, it says was found to prove insufficient information for council to issue a development permit. But then the officer's recommendation is to approve it. Can you explain that a little bit to me, please?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. So the application has applied for a development permit, which is a permit to go ahead and commence the use that you're proposing on the site. In this case, the applicant didn't, at the point of lodging the application, didn't know what tenant would actually occupy the site, so they weren't able to give us details such as the operating hours, the types of vehicles, frequencies, how nuisance might be mitigated, given we have got some houses surrounding the site. There was quite a few bits of information that we would need to be comfortable to give or recommend an approval for them to commence operating straight away. So instead of doing that, we're recommending that we grant a preliminary approval, which is essentially an approval in principle. So we're comfortable for a low impact industry or warehouse type use to go on this site, provided it meets certain or it's operated within certain parameters. And what the preliminary approval means is that the applicant will have to come back to council and provide that additional information before we'll go ahead and issue the development permit so they can actually commence operating. So once they get a tenant, they'll have that information and we can look at it then.
Thanks. So you can not approve it if they don't come back with what the rules you've set, basically. Yep.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any more? I'm happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
I'll move the officer's recommendation. The application for a material change of use warehouse at 9092 Crystal Street, Roma, being lot 88 on RP 8627, be approved as a preliminary approval only in accordance with section 60(5) of the Planning Act 2016, subject to the listed conditions and general advice on page 137, 138 and 139 of the open report. Oh, a little bit on page 142, sorry.
I'll second that, Mayor Golder. Councillor Ladbrook.
Righto. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it, for or against? Righto. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
8-0 by the sound of it, Mr Mayor. Two
Righto.
on the phone and 7 in here. 6 in here, sorry. 2 and 6.
No one was against. Okay, so that's 8-0. Righto. Now, next page number.
159.
Through the chair, it is page 159.
Thank you. 14.5, tender 22027, lease of land for grazing purposes, part of lot 39 on R869. Okay, do we have any questions?
Happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
I move that Council 1 accept the tender submitted by Peter Reiser for tender 22027, lease over part of lot 39 on R869 95 McPhee Street, Roma. 2, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into final negotiations with Peter Reiser and execute the lease 3 years if the terms are acceptable. 3, assign the income to GL 1491.1075, Council Building and Facilities Operating Revenue Lease Income.
Righto. Do we have a seconder?
Happy to second that.
Councillor Taylor, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
No, thank you.
Then we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
Everyone here?
Yeah.
Through the chair, that's
Councillor Burkett?
Yeah, I vote yes.
Yeah, couldn't hear you. So that's 8-0, I'd imagine. No one against?
No. That's right.
Righto. 8-0. Okay, 17.1. Site inspections of council facilities in the lead up to major events. I move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
8-0, Mr Mayor.
Righto, no one against. That's 8-0. Righto, moving on to the next one, page 167.
That's correct.
Item 17.2, improvements to Bassett Park facilities, Roma.
I've got a
I'd like
conflict
to move
there.
the report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting.
There's a conflict.
All right, okay. Please go ahead.
The item number 17.2, description improvements of Bassett's Park facilities, Roma. Declaring officer is Councillor Ladbroke. Person of interest is myself and my wife, Alana Ladbroke. Particulars of interest, I'm committee member of the Roma Turf Club. My wife is president of the Roma Show Society. Type of conflict, declarable conflict of interest in the action I'll take is leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
So, yep.
Any other conflicts? Okay, if you let me know when Councillor Ladbroke's left the room.
He has, through the chair, he has left the room.
Okay, so I move that a report be prepared for the next council meeting. Do we have a seconder?
Happy to second. Yeah, Councillor Burkett.
Righto. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Mr Mayor, I'll just make a quick comment. I'm pleased to see the council painter out there painting the insides of both the old toilet blocks.
Excellent. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, Mr Mayor. I just think this is a matter of urgency too. I think after meeting with the user groups out there and speaking to the long-term electrician that's very familiar with it, I think there's a lot of importance in this power switchboard. So I think this is vital for the Bassett Park.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak? I'd just like to speak and say, getting it's the classic part of operating locally is getting that local knowledge, can be to our staff or to councillors. and then we take it forward. If there's a major failure out there, that would be a disaster when there's an event on. Also, I'm looking at this also bringing it forward as part of disaster management, that we can have a evacuation centre there and to be able to run a generator as part of the upgrade. So, it's great facilities out there, and it would be another place that that we can be forward thinking and think about having that. So I think it can have benefits all over. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to say about the local disaster management one. We were told we might be able to even get funding for that generator if we put it under that, didn't we?
Yeah, that's the good thing about this report being prepared. They'll look at, obviously officers will look at it all different ways, but yeah, and it's so much easier to have a new switchboard wide for that. So, and then hopefully some funding might be able to be sourced. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone here?
Yes.
7-0, Mr Mayor.
Okay, 7-0. Okay, item 17.3.
Just getting the,
Just
getting
through
the
the
butcher
chair, we
back.
just get Councillor Ladbroke back.
Righto, thank you.
Righto.
Righto. So 17.3, support for local business. I'd like to move that one, council investigate how to include a 20% financial weighting for local businesses based on economic benefit to the region, develop competitive local business, and hence to reduce risk of below standard products without the benefit of local knowledge. 2, implement a simple how the job went template report to be completed first by council officers, followed by the job contractor, to be used as one of the mechanisms considering in awarding future procurement decisions. And 3, be provided a future report following investigations. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr Mayor.
I have a question.
Okay, we have a seconder. Any opposition?
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
So I'm just wondering how this will relate to procurement policy. So obviously, with this would this not feed into our procurement policy? So if we're going to be looking at this, we probably need to be looking at our procurement policy and how it feeds into that.
Yep. Look, through the chair, the motion doesn't affect you actually looking at your procurement policy, and yes, that's the most logical place for how you would implement it. And as you look at your procurement policy every year in line with your budget, it can all line up, and we can make sure that you can do that.
So, Mr Mayor, could I suggest we add in that council be that we have a briefing regarding our procurement policy and how this can go into our procurement policy, because we actually haven't looked at our procurement policy this term, and I know that Councillor Taylor has been asking to do that, so this would work perfectly together.
Just through the chair, you have a statutory requirement to look at it every year, so yes, we can do that.
Yeah, so I would hope councillors would go, if this gets up, councils go and do their investigations and then bring it back for briefing of council.
So we can have a briefing of council with this?
Yeah, I defer to the CEO as far as how the mechanism would work, but we'd obviously, it's a fairly major decision. I believe that we could have a briefing on that just to explain options.
Through the chair, would just improving point 3 be more beneficial? Be provided a further report following investigations at the next available briefing. Yeah.
Righto. And does that still mean that it'll come back to council in a report?
Look, through the chair, part of the business rule process is trying to figure out we really should be bringing policy to a briefing and then to a meeting. That would be a good process.
Great.
Yeah.
Sounds like that would be Fantastic.
So when it would go to the briefing, then it would go back to the council meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, look, through the chair, maybe I can suggest this is not a divorce conversation from your budget preparation. So we'll have a look at what your budget schedule is and bring that to you as part of that, if that suits the council.
Yeah, righto. Okay, is the seconder happy with that?
Yes.
Righto. Does anyone wish to speak to it? I'll speak. Yeah, certainly as Mayor get feedback all the time about how we are not making good procurement decisions sometimes that are the most efficient way of operating. And obviously that doesn't mean all our decisions are not the best decisions, but it keeps coming up recurring. We've seen decisions that have been made to give it to out-of-town entities, and it's cost council a lot of money and will continue to cost council a lot of money. The local knowledge that, for instance, was brought up in that last report is an example of why we need to extend this, look at this. We know that my understanding that Gold Coast Regional Council have 20% weighting. I believe some councils have up to 30% weighting, I have heard, but cannot confirm that. So, you know, councils realise that having a weighting to your local competitive business is very good. And I don't think the template of how the job went should be how we all make decisions, whether we're CEO or delegate or council, about what's the history and how do jobs go. So I really think getting this to be investigated and moving on it can be more efficient and save council a lot of money in the long run by not having to go back and fix things up. And so I'm really supportive of this motion. Okay, does someone wish to speak against the motion or for the motion? Okay, then we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
8-0.
Okay, 8-0. Item 17.4, Royal Flying Doctor Service Request 2022 Charity Cattle Sale Day Event. I'd like to move that 1, Council approve partnering with RFDS to hold an annual charity cattle sale day at the Roma Saleyards for 2022 and 2023. 2, 50% of the funds raised to be donated to RFDS for the sale days, conditional on both parties actively promoting the sale days Queensland-wide. And 3, after the 2023 sale, a report to come back to council detailing the promotional benefits for Roma Saleyards partnering with RFDS for Australia's largest cattle sale. And I probably need to change point 2 to have it's a 50% fee waiver, because that's what we did last time, which was a 50% fee waiver. If we can fix that wording up on sale fees.
Mr Mayor, can I ask a quick, did we call it a fee waiver?
I don't think so.
But it's not actually a fee waiver.
No.
It's donating.
No, I mean a 50% fee reduction.
Yes.
Fee reduction. Well, it's not a fee.
It's not even that.
We're collecting the same fees, but we're giving half to.
50% of the
Fee
sale
donation.
Sponsorship.
50%.
Yeah, well, that's right, we are.
I forget where I know we
yeah,
did have to put some.
Be donated, so it's.
Yeah, we're donating 50%.
It's a fee
of what we-
donation.
Yeah, that's right. So is it 50% of the yard fees
Donated.
being raised to be donated to
50%
RFDS?
of the yard fees donated to RFDS for those sale days.
Roma cattle
Yeah, that's it.
yard levies, yeah, life weight.
I just have a question.
Please go ahead.
One of the directors last week asked us, or he had a report to say that we'd have to be a bit careful because if we start, other charities, similar charities might want to do the same.
It's in today's
It's in
agenda.
today's
It's
agenda.
L10.
It's actually a really good point, councillor Brook. I'm wondering why
Otherwise-
we're deciding this before
Now,
we're
that's
looking at
right.
policy, which is in L10. I would have thought we should look
So,
at
you know,
policy.
Can you just talk in the microphone?
because we
please?
probably, can we afford to give, if the others want, can we afford to give that amount of money away?
Well, as far as I understand, that was looking if everyone did the same thing, but I haven't had any notice of them doing the same thing. I think different people do different things. I'm looking at this motion as part of a commercial decision for Roma Saleyards, and we have had situations because of COVID that never really got off the ground last year. So it's really about saying to RFDS, put your best foot forward and make it a commercial benefit for Roma Saleyards. Otherwise, we would just consider it as a donation in other parts of council, which would be a different thing. So this is about giving it a good try, and we only have one that we have to deal with now. There's been no, even though that was the worst case scenario, what the director put up, there's different, different fundraising bodies are looking at it from different angles. So I don't believe it's the same exposure 3 times.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that we lay this on the table until after we consider agenda item L10, which is the policy that goes with this.
That's a procedural motion.
Yeah. So you, through the chair, it is a procedural motion and you need to take a vote on that motion, Mr Mayor.
Okay, all those in favour of the procedural motion?
There's 6 hands up in the
Yes.
chamber. 7.
Oh, call, sorry.
Through the chair, we have 7 votes supporting that procedural motion. We just haven't recorded your vote, Mr Mayor.
I'm against that, so it'll be 7-1 if I can call for a division.
Okay, so we're laying on the table.
Okay. Yeah, for it to lay on the table, so that was successful. Righto, moving on. So you're happy to do the late?
Yes, through the chair. So,
Righto, L1. Roma Saleyards Interpretive Centre, new COVID-19 public health and social measures from 14th of April 2022. Do we have a mover?
Happy to move.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to move that Council A set the opening hours for the Roma Saleyards Interpretive Centre from the 14th of April as follows. Opening 8:30 a.m. and last entry 5 p.m.
Happy to second, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Can I just say this could be a very good example of one of the items that comes as an agenda item that could be just delegated through to the CEO or to officers without it needing to come with lots and lots of information as a report.
There's 2 pages.
Well, it's still somebody's had taken the time to do it, and it's really just
They'd have to still do that to take it to the CEO.
Yeah, but it's taking our time up here.
Not if we don't talk about it.
Okay, now, does someone wish to speak to the motion? I'll speak to the motion. I totally agree with Councillor Guthrie. This, to me, is a waste of time when we are in a situation that we had a public health order that's expired or changed, and we had operating hours that I believe were the operating hours before. So I believe there's no risk in, once the public health order has expired, to change that back to normal, and there is no councillors have commented on how long our meetings go, and this is a classic example of something that could, I believe, be handled inside the organisation if we gave them enough direction to say this is what we want. Because if there wasn't a public health order, this wouldn't even be coming to council. Okay, does anyone wish to speak?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd actually like to comment on what the report's actually about, and I just would like to say that I'm excited that we are being able to open our facility again in line with the health recommendations just in time for Easter and all our wonderful tourists who are going to visit our region. And this has come at a really great time, so we can, we're open for business, and the report is about being able to open our Roma Saleyards Interpretive Centre from the 14th, and so I'm very excited about this report.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, does the mover wish to sum up?
No, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote then. All those in favour?
Yes.
Everyone in here?
8-0.
What is the vote? All those against?
8-0.
8-0.
8-0. Thank you. Righto, moving on to L2, material change of use, dwelling house, domestic outbuilding, reference dot 2021/20487. Do we have any questions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay if we just hear from the officer.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just give an overview of this proposal. So what the applicants applied for is a domestic outbuilding located on a residential lot on the outskirts of Roma. The size of the shed that they're proposing is significantly larger than what's permitted under the planning scheme in the residential zone. So our planning scheme allows for sheds to be built to 82 square metres in floor area. That's an enclosed shed. And then you can also have a carport attached to that, which takes the total area to 118 square metres permitted floor area. The shed that's proposed on this site is approximately 356 square metres floor area, so it's really quite large. What's important to consider is that even though this site is zoned residential, it's not a standard residential lot. It's much larger. It's over a hectare in area, so 10,500 square metres the site is, and it's on the border of the residential zone. So it's zoned residential, and then adjoining it on one side, you move into the rural residential area where your lots are a bit bigger again. Looking at the surrounding area and what's built up there, there are quite a few oversized sheds in the area, and there's certainly, as we can see, there is some grounds to support a larger shed on this particular site in this location. It's just that the scale of the shed proposed is really that much larger than what's permitted, that there is potential for it to impact on residential amenity, being that it is adjoining the Golf Links residential estate. So in this case, we've recommended a refusal of the proposal, and generally when we're heading in this direction after completing an assessment, we try to talk to the applicant and see if we can resolve something, because we'd prefer to see something that could be approved. In this case, the applicant wasn't really willing to submit an alternative. We did discuss if they could reduce the size of the shed a little bit, then maybe we could support something like that. However, they've advised us that they have actually purchased the kit to build the shed, so that's the reason that they have asked for council to consider their request and their application. What we've included in the report is some historical building approval records, so council can see what size sheds we've previously allowed in different zones. So you can see the size of the residential lots and what size sheds we've approved there, as well as in rural residential and rural areas.
Right. Any other questions?
I can't see that this would have gone out for public notification, wouldn't it? Material change of use?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it didn't actually. It's a code accessible application. So there's only, I think there's 2 criteria in the planning scheme code that they don't comply with, and that therefore our assessment is limited to only those criteria. So they meet certain other requirements, but in terms of building floor area and height of the building, they don't comply. So that's where we assess it as code accessible. It's not.
If it's code accessible, why is it coming back here?
Because
I can't hear who's speaking.
It's Councillor O'Neill.
the reason it's come to council is because the applicant specifically requested that, because the officers had said that we couldn't support this size shed, being that they'd purchased it, they wanted council to consider their request. So they've been advised that our position is that it would be refused, the officer's position.
And just to follow up, to date, there has been no consultation with any of those adjoining landowners to this site?
That's correct. There hasn't been any consultation, either formally or informally, by the applicant or council that I'm aware of.
And could the applicant, if this is refused, not supported today, could they then, what's a trigger for them to apply to council to have the block rezoned?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we wouldn't do a rezoning as such unless we were to amend our planning scheme. So that's where we'd probably...
Which is a much bigger...
It is.
Yeah.
So the process is to apply for a material change of use, which is what they've done for it's for a domestic outbuilding they've applied for. Which they're saying they want to use it for domestic purposes. It's storage of items which are listed there in the report. Alternatively, if there was another purpose they wanted to use it for, and that's why they needed a really large shed, then it would be a material change of use for a different, commercial or industrial development.
And so, Danielle, the neighbouring block to the west is rural or rural res?
It is zoned rural residential.
And under rural res, what is the maximum floor area that a shed could be built on that block?
I can tell you in a couple of minutes.
Righto.
I can look that up. Yep.
And through the chair, I would just highlight that in 2019 in the same area on Corf, how do you pronounce that? Corf Road, you did approve a 276 metre square shed. Same road. It's a slightly larger property, but on the same
On a
road.
rural res though?
It is rural res, isn't it? The 4.4 hectares.
That was down the other end, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to move that this lay on the table until we've had an opportunity to have a meeting with the applicants about this request. All those in favour?
How do we, so they can come and just state their, is that what you're asking?
Yep, correct. We've done that before, so they have a chat and then we'll obviously deal with it. Once we've had it, it'll come back to council and we'll decide it.
Did you find that?
Okay, all those in favour?
Yes.
Yes. All those against?
There's no one objecting.
Righto, so that's 8-0.
8-0.
Did you have an answer to
Righto, moving on.
120 square metres?
It's the maximum.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just to let councillors know, some of you are not maybe near your microphones. I can't hear you. Some are coming really loud through. So, okay, we're up to L3, is it?
That's right. Yep.
L3, Roma Senior Citizens Incorporated surrender of lease.
I'm happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council, 1, acknowledges Roma Senior Citizens Inc. request to surrender their lease for the property located on part of Lot 4 on SP 103335 to release Roma Senior Citizens Inc. from any obligations associated with the property with the end date for the lease being 30th of April 22. 3, thank Roma senior citizens for their years of service to the Maranoa community and continue to display their honour boards in the hall. 4, enter into an interim agreement with U3A to ensure continuity of services and programs to the community. 5, approve for the U3A to continue the sub-agreement with Easy As Fitness and Tai Chi. 6, following an assessment and completion of any remedial works required to the property before entering a lease, Council invite expressions of interest from non-for-profit community organisations interested in tenanting the facility under a lease agreement.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Through the chair, we do have a fifth point, isn't there? Through the chair, Kelly? No.
That's it.
You've changed what was there, have you? Is that?
Yeah, changed what was the original.
Yep.
Councillor Guthrie seconded that, I believe.
That's correct.
Yes.
Righto. Now, do all councillors know what the motion is?
If we can just slow down, just if you, with all due respect, Mayor, because it's changed, so if we can just have some time to understand.
4, 5 and 6 are different.
Does the Mayor have a copy of that? Not at this point?
No.
Right. So through the chair, we will walk through the changed motion for you as soon as we've all had a chance to look at it.
Would you mind scrolling?
Can we look
down,
up?
please?
Can we look at 4, 5, and 6?
Yeah, great. So the motion before us, Mr. Mayor, is 1, acknowledge Roma show.
I'm happy with it.
Okay.
I heard it, so I'm happy with it.
Okay.
But making sure all the councillors understand what they're voting on.
Sure.
I have a question. So, point 6, where it says, council invite expressions of interest from non-for-profit community organisations interested in tenanting the facility under a lease arrangement. Should that still be there because we're going to enter into an arrangement?
But the interim's only to get through for the short term until we go out to tender.
So how long is that for?
Well, that's
For the 30th of April?
well, the 30th of April before Roma senior citizens finish on the 30th of April. So I'm not sure if we can go, how long CEO would, before you'd be able to go out to tender.
Look, through the chair, I think the intention is to actually have a quick and good look at the building because we haven't for a while, and just to make sure that that we understand what needs to be done, and again, it might be incorporated in a budget process. Through the chair, I'll hand over to my facilities staff to give us a bit of an understanding of what the process would be.
Through you, Madam CEO.
Is your microphone on? Sorry, it's all right. It's just we've got
it is
people
now.
on. Thank you.
I apologise. I believe that we could probably go out to tender realistically fairly quickly on this one.
Yep.
We have considered the fact that we want to continue the services that are currently being provided there. We don't want to interrupt anything or any of the operations that are already there. Look, it's just the first time I'm seeing that, but there's nothing sort of there that I'm too concerned about.
Yep. And through the chair, we as an organisation can cope without a hard deadline being 30th of June or anything like that. We'll just continue those arrangements should council vote on the vote on the resolution as it stands.
Absolutely.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor McMullen, can I just ask, in point 6, I wonder if before we go to lease, it might read, following an assessment and completion on any remedial works required, council hold a briefing on the next steps in leasing this facility?
Yeah, I'm happy because that was out of the original resolution. I just moved.
There are aspects of, and there's history that should be discussed in respect to the facility before we go back out to lease.
Oh, before or after?
Just before we go out to calling.
And through the chair, the council may want to consider a criteria that's attached to that.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, and you and I discussed
Yeah.
aspects of this the other day.
I think we might be on a different page still, with the tenant. But, that's all right, yeah. Not a different page, but, yeah, one. It's something, yeah. That's why.
My point is there are aspects of this facility that should be shared across the council, and the best way to do and look at that is through a briefing before we go out to lease.
I'm happy with the briefing. That's fine. I'm just trying to get the continuity there for the...
So you'd leave all
Split
of
that
that.
into
I get why you've done that for the other. I think that's really important, yeah.
So has it changed? Does Councillor McMullen want a briefing or he doesn't?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the briefing, Mr Mayor, yeah. As long as we don't have to... It's not going to change just add it to the...
So you're going to add to your motion that you want a briefing as well. Is that correct?
Just council hold a briefing on the next steps in the leasing facility. It's just added into that last dot point I read out.
And the rest of it's removed though, because you can't say we're going out to express them until we've had that.
Oh, yeah. That was dot point 4 originally, Mr Mayor, if you got your... I just shoveled it down to 6, so just change it a bit. That was already in that, what I read out was already in the resolution.
Righto. So is the seconder happy with those changes?
Very happy.
Righto. Okay, does anyone wish to speak to this?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I just think it's important we keep this facility rolling. U3A have got an excess of 90 members, current members, so they're very keen to keep proceeding with their regular functions.
Okay, just to the mover and seconder, point 3, thank you for a years of service. Is that going to be in the way of a letter sent to the organisation?
Yes.
I think to you, Mr. Mayor, I would imagine it's not that this whole process for you, Roma citizens would go in a letter to tell them that we've accepted their surrender and things like that. So
the resolution will be.
Yeah. But the thanks to Roma, thank you to Roma senior citizens would be a separate letter, wouldn't it?
Could be a paragraph.
Do you think or not?
Well, there'll probably be a paragraph it'll be in the letter because we've got staff will have to write to them and say that we are officially accepting their surrender.
And we thank them.
Thanking them, everything, do the whole lot.
Can I just...
Yeah, I just think for the years of service it should be a separate letter. But it's up to you or the seconder.
Councillor McMullen, I wonder if you'd be open to, in point 3, not only communicating to Roma citizens, but acknowledging this service through a plaque to be erected on the building.
Yeah, I'm happy if we, and a plaque to acknowledge their service.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't have a problem with that, no.
It's just there's not a lot of members, and I think an actual letter would be nice sent to them from council as well. I've certainly got no problem with the plaque, but
I think there's only 5 members.
Well, someone said 3, actually, but I don't know if it's sure. I don't know if that's correct. But.
Okay, what about the seconder? I
don't have a problem with either. No, I don't have a problem.
Righto. So what is it? What's changed on that one?
Okay, I'll read it all again, eh?
Or just the change bits, if everyone's got the rest of it.
Which one did we change?
Point 3.
3. Communicate with the Roma senior citizens, thanking them for their years of service and acknowledge this service through placement of a plaque on the facility. 4, entering, we've done that.
I think we need, Cal's crossed that out, but I think we do need, and to continue to display their honour boards in the hall.
Yeah.
Oh, and
So
to...
that last bit, Cal's still to be there, but not the Maranoa. we could actually put up the top thanking for them for their years of service to the Maranoa community.
And to communicate with the Roma senior citizens, thanking them for their years of service and acknowledgement. This service through a replacement of a plaque on the facility, and to continue to display their honour boards in the hall. And then 6.6, following an assessment and completion of any remedial works required, council hold a briefing on the next steps in leasing the facility.
Righto. Is the second happy with that?
Very happy.
Righto. So does anyone wish to speak to the motion?
I just said a bit. Go on, you're right. I've said my bit.
I will. I just want to put on the public record my thanks to, in particular, Daphne Steers for the work that she has put in, and the people around her for a number of years, keeping the Roma Citizens Incorporated going here in town. This has been a difficult decision for Daphne. She's spoken to me a couple of times over the last 12 months about the challenges in growing the numbers for the Roma senior citizens, and I'm sure it's with heavy heart that they relinquish the lease for this particular facility, and I'm very pleased that the mover and seconder has included the acknowledgement of this service through a plaque, and that we should do an appropriate unveiling with the relevant people at a good time that suits them, to publicly acknowledge the commitment that they've shown to their organisation for a long time.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? I too would like to thank Daphne for all of her work with driving Roma senior citizens, and hopefully this takes the pressure off just even having to look after the building in the ways that they do. Would look forward to everyone still being able to use the building, and U3A, that continuity, they have a lot of members, it keeps that continuity going, so I'll be supporting the motion. Does anyone else wish to speak? Does the mover wish to sum up?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think we've covered everything.
Righto, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Any
Any against?
No.
Councillor Edwards.
8-0.
Councillor
Is
Edwards back.
that Councillor Edwards?
Councillor Edwards, through the chair, is that you? No.
I heard two.
Tyson might have said yes, did he?
Okay.
I did say yes. Yeah.
Great. So that is.
So it's 8-0.
That's right.
Before he votes that, doesn't he?
Okay, moving on to L4.
And that is page 32.
Tender. Page 32. Tender 22026. Lease of land for grazing on grazing purposes. Lot 2 on DUB 5333. Do we have a mover?
I've just got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead.
I'm not sure who's in the room. It's a very distant little picture for me. Just in regards to these type of leases, is it go? I know there's a scoring rating system. These guys, because of their price, have got 100%. Is that, or like just sort of looking at loyalty for the previous leasee? Does that come into the equation at all, or this comes down to price in the end?
Through the chair, there would be a range of criteria. I'll just hand over to our facilities people to give a bit of an outline about the assessment process.
There is an evaluation matrix that we use. So the criteria is a 10% use for the land, 75
That's correct.
for the lease, yeah, and a 15 local economy.
Well, I've got a question. What about, do we have, like, for instance, do they flog it out and then do we look at those sorts of things? Like, otherwise it could just be a bare block after a little while. Or is there any mechanisms on how we look after the land or how they would look after it?
Yes, so part of their evaluation, they will adjust the stocking rates to fit the season and amount of pasture available.
Okay, so is that something that council can get them to withhold to that, or is that like that's in the agreement, is it?
Through the chair, yes, that is part of the response process. So council would monitor that once the lease is in place.
Yeah. Any other questions? Do we have a mover?
Mayor Golder.
Please go ahead.
Councillor Ladbrook, I'd like to move that council accept the tender submitted by BP and LF Macintosh for the tender 22026 lease of Lot 2 on DUB 5333 Piggery Road, Mitchell, and 2, delegate authority to the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into final negotiations with BP and LF Macintosh and execute the lease 3 years if the terms are acceptable, and 3, assign the income to GL 14911075 Council Building and Facilities Operating Revenue, lease income. That's him.
Right. Do we have a seconder?
Happy to second, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hancock. Do we have any opposition? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
I'd just like to add what Councillor Burkett said. I think if someone's had it a fair while, I'd just like to see, and if they've looked after it, a bit of loyalty there. That's all.
So, Councillor Burkett, did you, was there information that should be in the report that you don't think was, or?
No, I was just curious if the one that's awarding it isn't the previous tenant, just to Councillor Ladbrook's information. I was just curious because the other applicant was the existing leasee.
Yeah, right.
That's all.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. So if we go with the officer's recommendation, it'll be.
Yeah, that's right. The officer would know whether they've taken care of the block and all that, so it'd be up to them.
But I think it's just on money that mainly this one's maybe been decided.
Okay.
Okay, does anyone want to speak against the motion?
I think one of the officers wants to speak, Mayor Golder.
Please go ahead.
If there's the desire for council to look at things like previous use of land and stuff, we could certainly look at if we could add that into the competitive tender process. Council could also look at term of the lease or term of the arrangements as well. It doesn't have to be restricted to the terms that we've put up at this point. So if council had wanted to have a longer term lease or a shorter term lease, then that's obviously something we could look into doing.
Yeah, right.
So through the chair.
Okay, does anyone else?
Future. Yeah, no, it's all right. I just, in future. Yeah. That's right.
Righto. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Mr. Mayor, I'll probably vote against this motion. Nothing to do with the officer's report or anything like that. It's just purely on the loyalty of the existing leasee. And knowing both parties, nothing personal. That's just my take on it at the moment. Just to stay loyal to the existing tenant leasee.
Okay. Can I ask a question of the CEO? Can council decide to go against the recommendation?
Look, through the chair, of course you can. It is a council asset, so of course you're making a decision in a tender process. I would just give you a warning in relation to making a decision. The way the report is worded is that you must make a very clear reason as to why you are not, to whichever applicant you pick as part of the tender process. So you do not have to go with the officer's recommendation, but I suggest that you make it clear as to why you are not going with that, so that that's well known not only to the successful and unsuccessful tenderers, but also to the public at large.
Righto. Okay, so no one else wishes to speak. We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 hands up in the chamber, Mr. Mayor, and we're waiting.
Yeah. All those against?
Yes.
And yes, so that is 6-2, if I can call for division. I'd like to move that on L4 that we get a report back where we can have look at different criteria in regards to previous history as part of our decision-making process for future reports.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, I would just point out that in most procurement processes, you're looking at sound contracting principles. So inevitably, it's a relatively traditional approach. Where there are assets that council may wish to lease out that you really don't want to rely on the same sequence of contracting principles, i.e. price, what some councils have done in a similar situation is they've developed a regional policy framework for that, where you spell out your criteria and your evaluation weighting in relation to that, so that when the officers, when you go out to tender, when the officers go to assess it, they go to assess it in relation to your policy criteria as opposed to the sound contracting principles. So it really keeps you within the legislative framework. So that's certainly something that could happen, Mr. Mayor. I'd just be recommending that you develop a regional grazing lease policy, or terminology, a regional trustee lease policy or the like, that allows you to do that.
Right, well, I'll move that we develop a regional grazing lease policy, factoring in future history of the land and performance of tenants, etc.
Kel, that was Councillor Burkett and the Mayor against that last motion.
Yeah, the last one was 6-2.
What do you mean?
Okay, so
What do you mean by future history? Because history is history and future's future.
Well,
Future history of the land.
The future users.
no, well, originally when I was talking about obviously this decision's made, right? I'm
Yes.
talking about
Yep.
past history.
That's right.
Past history, but a future, like a report or future. So what does it look like on the screen, CEO, if you might be able to tidy that up?
Yep, sure. Through the chair, develop a regional leasing policy factoring in probably a relevant range of criteria, including past history and past history. I think, Mr Mayor, the room understands what you're trying to achieve. It's just the opportunity to hammer it out as to what that criteria might be around, local past history, loyalty, length of tenure, a bit of a profile.
Yeah, and also to me it would be how people have looked after the land, because we should be good
that's right.
stewards.
Custodianship, sure.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second it, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against?
All for it here, Mr Mayor.
Righto. Okay. So that's 8-0. Righto, moving on. L5.
I have a conflict there, Mayor Gold.
Please go ahead.
The item number is L5, description, request for fee waiver, Wallumbilla-Surat Red Bulls Rugby League Club Incorporated. Declaring council is Councillor Ladbroke. The person with the interest is myself. Particulars of interest: I am a sponsor of the Red Bulls Rugby League, and my sons are players. Particular interest, yep. Type of conflict, I think it's a declarable conflict of interest. And the action I'll take is leave the room while the matter is being discussed and voted on.
Right,
Leaving
any
now.
other conflict?
Mr Mayor, I've got a conflict, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Item L5, request for fee waiver, Wallumbilla-Surat Red Bulls Rugby League Club Incorporated. Declaring council as myself. The person of interest is myself. Particulars of interest: I have a conflict as I'm the president of the Mitchell District Rugby League Football Club, and the football club has a high agreement for Bassett Park in place with council. Type of conflicts are declarable, and I'll leave the room while the matters discussed and voted on.
Righto. So if you can let me know when they've both left the room.
Councillor Ladbroke's gone.
Through the chair, have we got our hand waving thing on Teams working yet? Yeah. Right, okay. Through the chair, we're just experimenting with using the hand waving feature of Teams to actually be able to tell councillors that they can come in and out, but it may not be operable. Anyway.
Righto. Thank you. Okay, both councillors have left the room, have they?
Through the chair, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move. I just have a question.
So I'm going to move a procedural motion.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to move a procedural motion that this lays on the table to later in the meeting. So we've got we've got the appropriate costings, but we don't have a general ledger that we can move that the waiving of the fees would go to.
Through the chair, I could provide you with that. If you just.
Well, I've got a question. Councillor O'Neill, are you happy to wait till we do the questions before you move your procedural motion? Or?
Yeah, it may be redundant because the CEO's looking for the general ledger now. So yes, I am. I'll withdraw that for the minute.
Righto. Councillor Hancock, did you have a question?
The costings there, Councillor McMullen, but not the.
I was going to add the costing into the resolution, but my question is through the chair. In the resolution, it says to advise the Wallumbilla-Surat Red Bulls Rugby League Football Club to submit an application for assistance in future community grants and non-financial assistance grants round. What part of that? So are you wanting them to go for the community grant, or is it to actually just apply for the non-financial assistance part of that?
Through Mr Mayor, it's an ongoing community assistance program.
That they can apply for. Yeah, I know what you're after. I just wanted to be clear. We weren't actually asking them to apply for a community grant as such through the through because it just says financial assistance grant round. So I just want to be clear that we weren't asking them to do a community grant in round 1 and 2. It's actually the
It's an
non-concessional.
ongoing, ongoing
But it's actually
non-financial assistance.
Yep, thank you.
Program.
So my question is, what are we doing now, and are they paying for anything now, or what's happened? Even though there mightn't maybe be the paperwork for it, what are they? Have they ever paid for anything now except for maybe training at Roma or?
Through Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Yeah.
So the group applied for the ongoing community assistance program in 2009 to waive all hire fees associated with their training days at Bassett Park. So since then, or prior to their user agreement with Bassett Park, there have been no fees charged to the club.
Since what year, sorry?
2009.
Right.
That was when they first applied for the ongoing community assistance program.
And it's been going ever since?
I think that was supposed to apply each year.
Oh, I see.
For the funding.
Happened?
No,
Right.
no, it hasn't happened.
So
But it's been happening ever since because we've never charged them for anything or whatever.
No,
Is
the
that
club
correct?
has. That's right. No.
Yep. And what about at Wallumbilla? Have they ever been charged for anything down there? Their own grounds, isn't it?
Yeah, they have a trustee lease for the Wallumbilla football grounds. It's a $1 per annum is the fee paid on the lease, which expires in 2036.
Yeah, righto. So if on the officer's recommendation, what's changed if this goes through? What changes with? Is there any worse situation for them, or is it better with the with the whippersnipping and so forth?
Through you, Madam CEO. This is more about formalising what's been happening over the years. This will be essentially formalising what's been happening. It's just that it's been noticed in recent weeks that we were actually doing some things that were never really should have been doing. That it was in their agreement that they would take care of certain aspects of it. We always have, or traditionally we have. So this is just about formalising that part of that agreement.
All right, okay. Well, that makes sense. Any other questions, councillors?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move.
Please go ahead.
I move that Council 1 waive fees to hire Bassett Park by the Wallumbilla-Surat Red Bulls for training until 30 June 2022 and any hire fees accrued resulting from the club's past use of Bassett Park for training. 2, waive fees to hire the Surat Recreation Grounds canteen by the Wallumbilla-Surat Red Bulls for games to be held on 5th of June, 3rd July and 10th of July 2022 and any hire fees accrued resulting from the club's past use of the facility. 3, advise the Wallumbilla-Surat Red Bulls Rugby League Football Club to submit an application for assistance in a future community grants and non-financial assistance grant. So just removing that word round. 4, nominate the Wallumbilla Football Club grounds as the primary sporting field for the Bendemeer operating area, with council to maintain the sporting field, mowing, whippersnipping and watering, on the condition that the Red Bulls Rugby League Football Club permit others to use the grounds for appropriate activities when the club are not using the field for its own activities. 5, foregone hire fees of $2,855.10 to be allocated to council's community grants and non-financial ongoing assistance program number GL 2887.2245.2001.
Righto.
Yeah, sure. $2,855.10, and I got that figure from the budget.
Page 43.
Righto. Is that the finish of the motion?
Yes, it is.
Righto. Just a question. CEO, do you envisage that they can be helped with LDO or anybody to help them put that application in, or what's your view on that?
Look, through the chair, I think we're certainly the LDOs can help support the clubs make application to the community grants rounds. They're doing that for other organisations. It's really a matter of, I think, just advising that the club, it isn't a foregone conclusion that they'll get the fees. They need to go through a process with council in relation to that. But you've tidied up the resolution in relation to the resolutions that haven't gone before.
Right. Do we have a seconder?
I'm happy to second it.
Councillor O'Neill, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Yes, I do, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'd just like to congratulate the executive members and the members of the Wallumbilla-Surat Red Bulls Club. They do a wonderful job of actually being able to bring three towns together, being football players from Surat, Yuleba, Wallumbilla and Roma, so the four actually. So I just, I commend them, and I think that it's a great opportunity for council to be able to support these clubs in any way they possibly can, and this is certainly a great way to support these clubs.
Righto. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? I'll speak to the motion. Whilst this is just formalising things, I really would hope that this is not onerous on the clubs. I do understand the volunteers that give up their time to run sporting clubs. So I would hope that we as council with our LDO and our staff get on the front foot and we focus on helping them because putting another application in is more work. But hopefully it could be something that could be looked at, that could be long-term assistance so they don't have to keep coming back and doing this. So I'll look forward to seeing what happens in the future. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? And does the move wish to sum up?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
5 of us here, Mr Mayor.
Okay, and myself. Anyone against?
No.
Okay, so that's
6-0.
6-0.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, sorry, no, it was 2.
Okay, we might break. It's 1 o'clock. We'll.
Sorry, that was my mistake. There's 2
beg your pardon.
There's 3 councillors.
Through the chair.
Actually.
But there was 2 out of the room.
4, 5, 6. There's
And councillor Edwards not here.
So he's not counting.
Yeah, there's only 8, so I imagine
No,
it'll
that
be
was
6.
my mistake, Mr Mayor. I forgot about Councillor Berger being out.
So we're breaking now.
yes, through the chair.
Yeah, L6.
That's right, page 53.
Righto. L6 Amendment of Motion. I'd like to move. Well, has everyone got it there? We're in open so everyone can read it.
Could I ask a
So I'd
question?
like, yeah, please go ahead.
The resolution before said that we wanted the removal of the PIA. I'm just wondering why we've changed our mind on that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the hampering effect that we think it is. And basically, if we do some due diligence and we have some in principle support to move ahead, obviously we buy the land and secure that. But it will be a situation where I think at very little cost to council, we can get a development done, as you read in the report there. And this is sort of fleshing that out and seeing that we can actually bring something back to council for council to consider. Okay, so I'm going to move that council progress the acquisition of lot 145 Upper Bowen Street, Roma, 4455 per work order 23078, retaining the current PIA status immediately. B, acknowledge that The PIA does not affect council's ability to develop housing choice and lot size. C, in principally support the stage development of a subdivision by council on the above land as part of the 2022-23 budget. D, investigate the cost to develop a business case, including project concept and delivery estimates and potential funding sources and partners. E, authorise the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer or delegate to further explore the potential for partners in relation to the development of the subdivision, including support for the construction of affordable and social housing to mitigate the regional housing crisis. F, authorise the CEO to investigate council's delivery of all capital projects with local partners, specifically including water, sewerage and gas and roads. And is there something on the next page?
Through the chair, no.
No. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to second it, Mr Mayor.
Righto. Any opposition? I'll speak to it. This is a fantastic opportunity that it may be. Obviously, council's already supported buying the land, so that's already done and dusted. But this is about an opportunity to be able to have affordable housing and also community housing. And community housing could be something that's actually targeted at seniors in our community, which could give them a new opportunity to move into something that suits their lifestyle. This is something that I don't envisage will be at any significant cost to council, so it's a win-win because there's funding partners that will fund the whole development, and our stake in it would only be the land, and perhaps there's an opportunity to sell off the land and recoup our money. So whichever way we go, every council in Australia is struggling with this, as were the state and federal government, and this is an opportunity for us to actually put the rubber to the road and make it happening, and hopefully happening in the next 12 months. It's also an opportunity that we seem to get left with projects that people have developed, and it's been substandard infrastructure. So if we can rejig our work program, and obviously this is of benefit to council because council would get paid to do this. If we rejig our work structure, we actually know that the assets we're putting under the ground and on top of the ground that we are responsible for the long-term upkeep are top quality assets. So I think this is win-win all the way around, and it's certainly worth to support in principle support to come back to council with a proposal based on that really doesn't have any major cost to council to do it. Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
I just have one more question, if I may, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
We say in the report that council has allocated $350,000. Is that the figure? Is that the buying figure? Is that the figure, or are we only just put that aside? It could be more.
That is the figure.
That's the figure.
The original motion was to consider it as part of your Q1 budget review. You did consider it, and that is the final figure that you allocated.
That is the figure. That's the buying price.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Okay, please go ahead.
Where have we stalled with the discussions with the state in relation to a contract that includes the removal of the PIA?
Through the chair, we didn't stall. We sought advice from the department in relation to what the removal of a PIA would entail, and they advised us it would need ministerial approval to be removed because it is a state planning overlay.
Does
that satisfy your question?
Well, then why aren't we seeking the Minister's approval to remove the PIA?
Through the chair, you passed a resolution in relation to that. So this is actually asking you to amend the motion so that you don't need that. So you remove the PIA condition as part of the original recommendation.
So no letter has been sent to the Minister requesting the removal of the PIA?
I'm not aware that a letter has been sent. Certainly direct communication has already happened with the relevant department.
Who can't approve the removal of the PIA. So why wouldn't we seek the removal with the Minister?
Because you've got an amendment motion before you. So.
Yeah, so I'm putting forward, and I can answer that question as well from my point of view. The PIA I don't think will be the stumbling block, and I think all levels of government and all departments are interested in getting housing developments over the line. So the PIA, if council approves the type of housing on it, which was the reason that I was keen to remove it, and other councillors obviously, I don't think that'll be a stumbling block. What it'll also do is speed up the process. So, we need houses and the ability to provide some within the next 12 months, and that's why I think if we can use the PIA to our advantage, that's why I'm putting this forward, so we don't need to go and ask the Minister and go through that process. And why it didn't happen in the past, I don't know, but this is what I'm putting forward as part of this council recommendation.
And the Mayor, can you articulate what the advantage is to keep the PIA?
Well, I don't believe it will be a stumbling block, and generally the PIA has shorter planning timeframes in it to get approvals. So in a really tight time frame of year to get something happening, I think that will be of benefit, and it won't really be. I think the state is not opposed to delivering what the through the council the community wants. So I think if we do that, we get to the next stage, I don't think it'll be a stumbling block. Okay, so and I've spoken. Does anyone want to speak against the motion?
So I just have a question, because in the
Please go ahead.
in the resolution it says acknowledge that the PIA does not affect council's ability to develop housing choice and lot size, but yet I'm assuming in your report, assuming this is your report, Mr. Mayor, that it says here that from a planning perspective, the state PIA minimum lot sizes allow the development of very small lots. And and so therefore they do say how big. They do actually have the view of what the housing size is. Isn't that correct? Isn't that what the PIA is? Is that they actually state the minimum?
It is, but it can be amended, and I believe that the state would work with council to amend the PIA to, as part of the proposed development, to make sure it fits community expectations. So I don't believe it's going to be. I don't believe it is going to be in any way a roadblock.
But it is still a risk that we need to consider if they actually decline the amendment.
No, through the chair. No, I don't think you understand. Is what the PIA allows you to do is it's a strategic state planning overlay in relation to what you're doing, and it does have a minimum lot size. So if you sold that land and a developer purchased it, and they want to build something on a 380 or 401 square metre block, it's complying development, so you can't stop it. The state will approve it and it'll go through. And so my understanding is where you were, where the council was last time, was that you were purchasing the land with the opportunity to create a future residential subdivision, and you certainly didn't want to have to sell land and then have that land exploited in a way that didn't meet the regional amenity, that all of a sudden this infill density, and it was too high a density. you have the PIA there. It allows you to have a small property, but if council develops, whether it's council, other stakeholders or partners or whatever, develops the properties, you get to control the size of the lots. You can still have a bigger subdivision. It's not stopping you doing that if you control all aspects of it. Does that make sense? But if you actually buy the land and you put it out to market, the overlay allows, or the development controls allows a developer to come in and exploit that development to the absolute parameters of that overlay. But if council's the developer or partnership or whatever the case may be, you still get control over what that development looks like. It's just that you can build a very small property. It's complying development as part of that process. Does that make sense?
I think my understanding,
that makes sense.
if a private enterprise is coming off the street and bought that land for whatever dollars, they can make the lots as big as they want them. Subdivide them as big as they want.
Up to 400,
No.
400 square metres.
They're small lot size, and they were designed for infill, medium density, certainly meeting supply.
Is there, under the PIA, is there an average lot size across the development that has to be met?
Through the chair, I actually don't know about averages. They do tend to talk about minimums. There might be some concepts that EDQ already have developed up that they might be willing to share with us, but certainly the conversations that have had between EDQ and council have been around the transfer of land.
And I envisage that working with the state, if there is any changes need to be made, that we can get them made. They don't want to do a poor development in this area, and they have exited this space, so I don't think that's going to be an issue.
So
But anyway,
Mayor, would you be willing to put in the resolution that whilst we work with the PIA on this, that the minimum lot size is the same as our planning scheme?
The other thing that feedback I'm getting for development is, like, 2-bedroom units are something that is needed for workers and so forth. So I wouldn't want to hamstring. The good thing is today you're not making a decision about what lot size is. You're just making a decision whether you buy the land and whether it has the PAI. But I would envisage that if we move ahead with this, we actually get something back to council for council to discuss, and then obviously talk to EDQ about how we can make it to something that works for us and partners as well.
Yeah, and I think, Mr Mayor, the sooner we get on with it, the better, because in every region they're struggling with accommodation. So I'd say all levels of government would support us with whatever we want to do, because accommodation and everything is not just in Roma, or it's Brisbane and the Gold Coast, it's everywhere. So I'm sure we get plenty of support from the government or whoever we need support from.
That's actually correct. In fact, some of the people that work in this industry said that there's a noticeable difference in state government officers, how they're wanting to solve the issues here. So, things are happening that may not have happened in the past. So
yeah, that's right.
To make things happen.
But all over the state, they're trying to create accommodation, because everywhere, Sunshine Coast and Brisbane, there's a shortage of accommodation. So I'm sure they'll help.
Yeah, and also if we approve this, then you actually get back the next stage to have a look at and see what it looks like and the reasons. Now, does anyone wish to speak against?
Not against. No, if you want to speak, I'll just.
Yeah, I am. I do, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
So, whilst I acknowledge that there is absolutely a housing issue, not only in Roma but right through the Maranoa, I just don't believe that this is the answer right at this stage, where we go and purchase more land to develop when council already owns land that we've spoken about that could be developed. The money to purchase this land could go straight into the development of the council land that they already own, and I actually think that is an answer and would assist the housing crisis in Roma, and so that is why I'll be voting against it, is simply because I think we already have the land and we should be spending the money on that land to develop it.
I just have a comment. The land that we've got wouldn't be small blocks, and
Could be.
yeah, but the infrastructure's not there, and it costs an absolute fortune to subdivide that, and most of the stuff's nearby. The roads are nearby, the power's nearby. You try and subdivide where I think you're thinking, it'd cost you a lot of money, and I don't think. I think this is a bargain, really. For that amount of money, it's a bargain, and it's much easier to do and to make money out of.
Okay, now, who would wish to speak for the motion?
I'm probably asking a question, Mr. I'm just working out, I think I'm understanding the resolution. The resolution is just clearly to remove a part of the paragraph in the original resolution so that we're not holding up the purchase while we're waiting for the removal of the PIA. Yeah.
Correct.
And I think all due respect to Councillor Hancock, the decision's been made to buy the land. It's not like we're going to buy the land. We're going to buy it. We've just got to change this resolution.
Yeah, I noticed that, but I'll stand by I didn't vote for it the first time because of that, and so it'll be the same reason why I'm not voting for it this time.
Okay, now, who wishes to speak against the motion?
Yeah, I'll speak against it.
Please go ahead.
I mean, each councillor can articulate the reasons why they support it or don't, regardless of what previous decisions have been made. This $350,000 is being allocated to this particular purchase. I too agree with Councillor Hancock. This council, under a previous administration, acquired the police paddock, the former pound paddock for the police, to ensure that we had land to develop if and when required. The need to develop that is now. There's an opportunity to use that parcel of land to do small urban blocks, but also to do large, quarter-acre blocks or whatever the size may be. I think we should be pursuing that with vigour, and $350,000 would go some way into achieving that. We've also, in recent weeks, which I supported, a task of council, a resolution through this chamber to undertake a housing audit. Initially, it was proposed just to do it on rural blocks. That expanded to urban to understand what housing stock we have in town that currently is not being rented. And not being rented because the owners of those properties may not be in a position to get them up to a rentable position, or whatever the circumstances might be. And we were to look at that, and I'm sure that work's being undertaken now to come back to council to understand where we may be able to do private-public partnerships to address very quickly the housing crisis in town. So I didn't support the purchase or the allocation of the $350,000 when it came before council late last year. I still hold firm that we have already acquired substantial land that we should be pursuing with vigour to develop to not only address some of the short-term issues that we're having in terms of accommodation, but long-term as well.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Or against? Okay, I'll sum up. This is an opportunity, council, really not to, in tight budgetary times, not spend council's money. So it's a win-win. The decision, as it was said, has already been made to purchase the land. So this is to do with the PAIA, and the feedback I've had, it will not be something that stands in the way of doing this development. And council could be in a situation where that we will be able to be paid to do the development on the land and work with partners to develop the project. So I think this is a win-win. As far as the police paddocks, I do believe the sort of development they are is small acreage. I don't think that would be fair to put, anything more than that, and it makes sense to do some small acreage first. And I believe that we could do that next year as well. So this is not all or nothing. This is possibly both. But remembering that the acreage development will need council to stump up considerable amount of money to do that, albeit they could sell off blocks. But I also think council should also have some land in reserve as well. So I believe that we also need to fit with what is there. And as Councillor Ladbroke said, this is a situation that there's been a very close development up there, and hopefully we could improve it if we're involved as council and develop something that immediately in the next 12 months, in building terms, can start making a difference to our housing crisis. Okay, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
So we have Councillor Guthrie, Councillor McMullen, Councillor Ladbroke, Councillor Burkett, and was that
And
Mr Mayor?
Myself, yeah.
Yeah, right.
All those against? Okay. Who was against, please?
That's Councillor O'Neill, Councillor Hancock and Councillor Taylor.
Okay. So that's 5-3, if I can call for a division. Okay. Moving on. L7, depreciation of assets. I'd like to move that a report be prepared by the CEO for consider. Did anyone say anything?
No, sorry, that was probably just me folding my papers. Apologies, Mr Mayor.
Oh, right, no problem. That a report be prepared by the CEO for consideration in an upcoming council meeting. The only thing that I'd also like to note is to remove the details of the report about sell any assets. So it would be rationalised or really probably focusing on how we treat assets on our as far as depreciation, and just note that I wouldn't be this motion wouldn't be about selling, but it could be, for instance, that some councils treat assets differently, and but I can get into that in the debate anyway. Is there a seconder for this motion?
I'll go. Councillor Ladbroke.
Councillor Ladbroke. Okay, I'll speak to the motion.
Mr Mayor, I just have a question.
Please go ahead.
So I'm just a bit confused. Did you write this report? Because if you put sell in your report that you wrote. Is this your report?
Yeah, I actually, well, I don't write them because I don't type them out, but I was fairly happy with that, but that's the only thing I missed when I checked it. Okay, so I'll speak to the motion.
I have a question, please.
Or do you have a question?
I do.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I'd just like to know what you mean by investigate the approach to depreciation. Is there an approach that we're supposed to use that is just normal and we're going to change it, or I don't know what that means?
Well, okay. So, well, I'm happy to answer that. For instance, as you know, depreciation is a major cost of council, and different councils look at it different ways. For instance, councils may decide that they're not going to replace something in its existing space, and they might go and get a grant to do a new one if it becomes end of life, and they can treat it on their balance sheet differently. And this report is about investigating how we can look at it, because we are weighed down by the depreciation. And as we've seen, if you have mechanisms that treat it, you will just have more and more depreciation that council has to pay every year. Whereas if we can have a look at it and go, well, we could do it this way, we may...
There would be rules,
Yeah.
though, that you have to follow, isn't there?
Yeah, no, but that's the idea of getting a report, because the CEO would go through and give examples. Obviously, everything has to be rules, legal, all the rest of it. To give you an idea, I believe one of the aquatic centres in the state was built, and the council made a decision and did work around that they probably were not going to rebuild it, and they could treat it differently. So there's work like that could inform part of the, and this would obviously go into looking at our budget and what we could do to stay within the guidelines, but also to be able to provide some relief where it could be.
So that's just basically to get the bottom line looking better.
Well, the bottom line is very important. But anyway, let's get on with the debate.
Can I ask a question? I've got a question.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Why did you change it coming to a budget briefing in which we've got them diarised to a council meeting, given that this has budget implications?
Did I read that different to the budget briefing, did I?
You said it was going to come to a council meeting.
Oh, well, a budget briefing is a council meeting.
No, it's no ordinary meetings are ordinary meeting. We've got budget briefings in our calendars. As I said, they've been diarised.
Yeah, but also, did I say ordinary meeting or council meeting?
Council meeting, you said, Kelly said?
Yeah, well, that could be a budget briefing too. Yep. So, but I'm happy to have that as upcoming briefing. The idea is to get the work, and I would really like to deliver the budget on time this year. So this is about authorising the CEO to do some work on this. Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? For the motion? Okay, we'll go to the vote then. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
That's through the chair. That's 8-0.
8-0. Okay, righto. We'll move on then. L.8 Fee setting, big rig tower and tree walk for exercise training. I'd like to move the report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder?
Mr Mayor, before we second it, I'd like to, I don't know how, you're asking for a report, I understand, but will the report give us a full list of costings, including the maintenance on the lift and all that? The annual maintenance?
I'm happy to include that.
We must. I believe we must.
Also, they may not even need the lift too, depending on what they're doing. They might just use the stairs, you know. But that's fine. I'm happy to include that.
I just think, Mr Mayor, yeah, I understand, but these people only want to use it for tree walking. But we got to set a fee somewhere along the track for the use.
I was going to ask.
Me too. We need to have the big picture.
They want to run up and down the stairs. That's fine, but we got to.
They were going to give us some figures on costs to run the place.
That was going to be my question. Why are we looking at setting a fee for the individuals or groups that want to use this for exercise, which I support, before we actually set a fee on what the access is going to be for the, you know, in inverted commas, normal patrons that want to go and use it for what it was built for? Doesn't make sense to me.
Mr Mayor, do you think, would you be open to changing the report to cover both the
all fees.
The tree and the use of the lift, I suppose.
Haven't we already asked for
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I thought we were going off roughly what we've had briefings before, councillors, on what it was going to charge everyone for. So I think we've had multiple briefings on the cost that we were going to charge, but I'm happy to
I don't think
do
we've
that
had any.
again.
No, I don't. Well, if that's happened, I haven't been at them.
I'm not aware of a cost.
We're waiting for the cost of
Well,
the...
actually, when we were making the decision to do the big rig, there was a business case, there was costs that were looking at being charged, and we talked multiple times, whether it's in our fees and charges. It obviously isn't, because we didn't. But I'm happy to include that Deputy Mayor in there anyway, to have that as well. But I've had multiple people wanting to know about using the stairs for training, and I think it's important that we get on with that.
Mr. Mayor, what's the fee? I can't remember it, but if you remember the briefings, what was the fee that we were looking at charging for accessing the for the big rig?
Well,
as
the
a
fee
ballpark?
was part of the oil patch, and you got access to the lift as part of that. So
do you remember the figure though?
I do now.
Yeah, between $15 and $25.
Yeah, I think that was. I think you're right. It was $10 to go through the door and an extra $15 to go up the list. But that was, I don't know.
That was a proposal.
Yeah,
we
that's
actually
right.
haven't
But
voted
were we
on
going
that.
to do what it costs for our maintenance
Oh, that's
on
what
the?
I-
But
we
you,
need to
I'm
get that.
happy to have all of that.
You've requested.
I'm happy to have all of that come forward.
asked for that.
So, CEO, if we could
We put them together.
change that wording, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if people want to, run up the stairs, someone's going to have to be there, because the staircase is locked, and we agreed that we'd only be there office hours, which was from 9 till 5. You're not going to have people. How's they going to be supervised? So if they want to do that at 6 or 7 or 8 o'clock, you're not going to want people running up the stairs while we got tourists there, and older people.
No, well,
I don't know,
the
or
thing
you're going to
about-
have someone there collecting the money early.
I think the number one thing is ask for a report and get that information back. But when the community has put so much borrowed money into it, I think that it's very good that the community members get some value. And it could be we coordinate them together, and certain times of the week it's open.
I think it's good, but it's going to. It needs to be, unless the stairs are open 24/7. You don't want people there when tourists are there running up the stairs.
Could we broaden
Yeah,
it?
no, but
Could the report come back with other opportunities? Because whilst you're saying exercise training, there actually, I know there's a community, there's talk of other opportunities of being able to use that terror as well. And so it'd be interesting to get the officers to report back on what other opportunities there is for the community to use the big rig tower for a lot of different things, because then we'd have to set fees accordingly with that as well.
yeah, I'm happy to have the others, as long as we deal with the issues community members would like to use it for training. So you can have everything in the report. That's fine. Have we got any wording, CEO?
Yes, through the chair, is that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting, with the report to include a proposal for setting all fees for the big rig tower and tree walk, including exercise training and other opportunities for its use, and a full list of maintenance costings.
That's good. And if there's CRs in the system, CEO, would we talk to them and find out what they would like to use it for and the times and that, so we have that in the report?
Okay, certainly, Mr. Mayor.
Do we have a seconder for this motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to second it.
It was
Councillor
it's
McMullen
Councillor
did.
McMullen.
I think I did, yeah.
You did.
Oh, that's right. Councillor McMullen, you happy to second it?
Yes.
Righto. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I'll speak to it. This is a positive that's obviously coming out of the big rig. is something that our community can use, and it is something with so many flights of stairs. People want to use it as obviously training, endurance training, and I do believe we need to have a fee if you don't want to use the lift, so you don't have any of those costs. But getting our community using it, and obviously we've broadened the report out to all parts of use and so forth, so council can consider its fees and charges. And I do believe that you can solve the issues of just like the pool is open at certain times, it could be open at certain times for exercise, which will, maybe in the future, clubs may even want to have an endurance event that includes the big rig. So there's plenty of opportunities, and I believe we need to foster that, and then get a report back, and then let council make a decision at an upcoming meeting. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion or for the motion? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
Eight.
That's
Everyone's
8-0.
here, so it'll be 8-0.
8-0. Okay. L9, renewal of term lease on O/2/4/05/19 over 24 on WV348 grazing lease.
Mr Mayor, I'll move.
Please go ahead.
I move that council advise the Department of Resources that council has no objection to the term lease being renewed over the reserve described as Lot 24 on WV348, provided all conditions of the term lease are met.
Right. I've got a question. So why is this coming back? It just find it, harder to work out in the report. So what? It's been here before, has it? Or
through the chair, I'll just hand over to Gavin.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam CEO. It is, we are ultimately the trustee of the land. So this is just the Department of Resources just ensuring that we have no active interest in the land. We are protected in the special lease terms. So if there was a need for the land, we could certainly have access to it. But it's more just to ensure that nothing's changed from our views, just confirming with the Department of Resources that nothing has changed.
and this is the first time that we've had it since the last lease.
First renewal.
Come to council.
Look, through the chair, it has a current lessee, and just the process is that they want to renew their term lease, and the department seeks basically not consent, but just support from council for them to do that.
Yeah, no, that's cool.
Yep.
Do we have a seconder?
Councillor Ladbroke.
Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So are we 8-0?
Thanks, Gilbert.
Was it 8-0 on that one, CEO?
Yes, through the chair it was. Thank you.
Okay. So what's the next page number, please?
Through the chair, it's page 71.
Okay. L10, proposed Roma Saleyards annual store sale policy. I'd like to move that council not propose a Roma Saleyards annual store fundraiser policy at this time. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
What's the,
There is no seconder.
what,
Okay, well then that motion is lost,
Lapses.
or lapses, I should say. Okay, do we have a mover?
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council consider the proposed Roma Saleyards annual store fundraiser policy options provided.
Can I, I'll second, Mr Mayor, with an amendment, Councillor McMullen. And this might help the Mayor, but on page 76 where it says funding scale, amend that to say total commitment by Council Roma Saleyards will be up to the value of 50% of the Roma Saleyards cattle sale yard levies, live weight and open auction fees from a store sale as determined by council.
Sorry, Ken, what page are you on?
I'm on page 76 and under 4.3 funding scales.
Oh, yeah, got it.
I'm suggesting that it be up to the value of 50%, removing the $20,000, whichever is lesser. So it'll be 50% of the levies of that sale on that day.
To the live flow
To whoever it might be that's...
Yep.
50% split.
Correct.
So in reality, they could get more than,
Sorry?
so it could be more than 20,000.
Correct.
Possible, yeah.
But if they put the work in,
That's right.
Yeah,
that encourages them to put the work in. If we have 12,000, that's all good for
suggestion
everyone.
number one. Suggestion number two, under 4.2, where it talks about their medical service organisation must market the charity sale event via their promotional channels. I'll propose that we add in a dot point that the marketing campaign is agreed to by council.
Okay, so that's up
to be
to
the Aero. Sorry, Mayor. The Aero Medical Service Organisation must provide a marketing campaign proposal to council.
Prior.
Full stop. Well, that
2 months before.
Mm.
So,
No.
you know, they don't turn up a week.
prior to to be agreed to prior to the event. Add a point that the marketing campaign is agreed to by council prior to the event. Yep, that.
And is there any impetus from the mover or seconder to have 2 years to give it a good trial?
Well, the policy's the policy.
And we can change that at
So
any
if we
time.
adopt the policy today, that addresses what you're trying to get at.
The other thing I would suggest is that we're not considering it.
I was going to get to that, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll leave you to that then.
Yep. And
Councillor McMullen?
Sorry?
Are you happy with those two?
amendment, adjustments?
Yeah, I'm happy with that, yeah.
So therefore I'm happy to second it, but Deputy Mayor, it should then be that council adopt the Roma Saleyards annual store fundraiser policy.
So, okay. So I'll read it again. Council adopt the proposed Roma Saleyards annual store fundraiser policy, including the following amendments.
Yep.
Yes.
4.3, funding sales up to the value of 50% of levies of sale on that sale day. 4.2, add a dot point that the marketing campaign is agreed to by council prior to the event.
Just a question. So who will, it doesn't say who the sale will be for. Do we need that? Like,
No.
we need to put...
No, that'll be decided when we get there.
Okay.
Sorry, there is something else. 4.4, the fundraiser will occur at the first sale in July with other fundraiser days announced as required. Do we actually need to have in there when? Because, you know, if it rains, it's postponed or it's...
Yeah, today we really need to make a decision to let them know so they can get planning if we're going to do it. So
I'm talking about the policy.
So I think, Mayor, if I can, if this is adopted, your report has been laid on the table till afterwards, so that you can set the date in that. But 4.3, it says from a store sale is determined by council, then the timing, we shouldn't then specify the fundraiser will occur.
That's
so
right.
that second dot point needs to be removed.
Yeah.
4.4 dot point 2.
Yeah, okay.
And are we doing a maximum of 3 funding rounds?
Maximum of what, sorry?
3 funding rounds?
Oh.
Or are we just doing, because we're not halving it on one sale day, it's just as a request comes, we relate to this policy.
The policy would be that there's a maximum of 3
per year.
Per year.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's capping you. Good.
So it's not really.
right, as the mover and the second are happy with what's there.
Maximum of 3.
Maximum of 3
Sales?
sales per annum.
It's not really funding rounds. It's
So it is sales.
yeah, it is maximum of 3 store sales.
Store sales.
Or is it 3 approved events or something like that?
No, sales, they've got to be store sales.
So it relates to a
the cattle
sale.
sale.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the,
You're happy with that?
Yeah, what's the,
yeah, okay. Sales, yeah, that's simple.
That was
That-
4.4.1, Cal, sorry.
A maximum of 3 sales per annum.
so we remove dot point 2.
Yep. Dot point 1 reads maximum of 3 store sales per annum.
It's not up there though.
Yeah, the last one.
It's just in the policy.
Oh, down the bottom there.
And through the chair, you could always, in the very front of the document control, put review every 2 years, if you wanted to, for simplicity.
Well, we should be able to review.
Would you put a
whenever.
time, like we could
Don't-
review
well,
at any time then? Like,
2 to 4 years, yeah. Yeah. It's really up to council.
But once this is adopted, if it is adopted today,
Yeah.
it becomes policy, and
Yeah,
that
it does.
is for the next 2 years unless it's
Yep.
tinkered with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
Righto, all good.
Okay.
so the mayor's happy with that.
Mr Mayor, the director wants to talk, please.
Sorry.
No, just leave
Please
the mayor
go
know
ahead.
you want it before he keeps talking.
Sorry, through the chair, as an officer, can we just get some clarity in the recommendation? It's that we're endorsing version 1, because there are 2 versions of the policy provided.
Oh,
Yes.
Ah, right, they were too.
Was version 1.
Amended version 1.
I think it's actually 0.1.
Page 79. And, and
Thanks
so,
for the pickup there, that's
Yeah.
good.
Can I just
Yeah.
ask? Yes, I see. Because there's actually 2 of the policies, 2 parts to the policies. There's one that's for multiple events with 1 beneficiary, and then there's one that's a 1 event with multiple beneficiaries.
Through the chair, my understanding is that the officer was seeking council's feedback on which was their preferred option.
Okay.
So that was the difference between the 2.
that's the only difference between the 2, yeah.
Multiple events with 1 beneficiary per
it's version
event.
1.
So it's version 1, is the one we changed.
Which was that?
Just to be clear, yeah, just to be clear, we don't have multiple requests for exactly the same thing. I think we've got, one other request for a totally different thing, and I think we shouldn't think too far in the future. But anyway, let's see how the debate goes.
yep, and through the chair, the difference really between the 2 policies is version 2 is pretty close to the other report that you'll receive, that you'll debate after this, isn't it, really? It's 1 funding round, it's 50% or up to a maximum of $60,000. Isn't it version 2?
Yes, because they are looking at having one event, but with 3 beneficiaries.
On the
I'm
one.
assuming each beneficiary getting $20,000 each, if there was 3.
Through you.
But we've removed the,
Multiple beneficiaries, and
And
you've
we were-
increased the amount, haven't
we've
you?
removed the capping.
Mr Mayor, through you, Mr Mayor, to CEO and Director Anna, the version 1, multiple events with 1 beneficiary per event. Well, we've said 3 events, haven't we? Up to 3
That's
events,
right.
3 sales.
So that's right.
Just
So
leaves
it gives
us
the
open.
opportunity
Yeah.
If someone else comes to the table.
What I'm saying is that's version 1, so everything's,
The amendments relate to version 1 that you and I have just.
well, they're both, aren't they? The only difference in the events is the heading.
No, the funding's different.
So in version 2, through the chair, the funding scale is up to the value of 50% of or $60,000, whichever is the lesser. And the timing is 1 funding round per annum.
Version 2.
Page 79 and page 80.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
one of the problems with this, if you limit it to $60,000, people could think that they're donating, they're sending cattle to the RFDS sale, but then the RFDS doesn't get the benefit if they have a really big sale.
But
Just so we're clear though, that's not what has been moved and seconded.
yeah, that's right. In the resolution, there's no maximum.
There is, it's just
Oh, yeah, right,
50%.
50%.
Yeah, but it's not restricted to 20,000.
No, that's what I
We're not,
removed.
that's right, we're saying 50%, that's not a maximum.
That's correct.
50% of the day.
Yep.
So answer the director's
Yeah, right.
question,
Okay.
it's version 0.1.
One.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thanks for picking the picker.
Yeah.
Righto. So have we got a motion? Is the mover and seconder happy with it?
Yeah,
do you want-
we've added council adopt version 0.1.
Yep.
That's good, and everything else we've gone through. I'm happy with that.
As I am.
Mr Mayor, can I just
Yeah.
ask
Would
one
you mind reading
question?
that one so I know what the
Okay,
exact
I'll start again. The council adopt version 0.1, Roma Saleyards annual store fundraiser policy, including the following amendments. 4.3, funding sales up to value of 50% of levies for sale on that sale day. 4.2, add a dot point that the marketing campaign is agreed to by council prior to the event. 4.4, dot point 2, remove this point. 4.4, dot point 1, include a maximum of 3 store sales per annum.
Mr Mayor, can I ask a question, and it's just for clarification for my own thinking? Where we've got the maximum of 3 store sales per annum, I'm thinking that the intention is that then there are 3 aeromedical organisations that may wish to access it. Is that clear that it's actually going to differing groups, or could one group decide to go for the maximum of 3 per year? You see what I'm asking?
Yeah.
That's right.
But that's not saying that we're going to have 3 a year, though, does it?
Well, you are, you're
So,
saying you're going to have a
we
maximum of
can
3.
maximum.
You can have 3 per
Through
year.
the chair, the policy does allow that applicant to apply 3
But
times.
3 times.
Doesn't mean they'll get it though.
No.
Well, we could put in there, include a maximum of the 3 sales.
Because we couldn't
We just
afford
need to
3
put
sales
a
at 50%.
maximum of 1 application per.
You think that
Yeah.
counts?
Maximum
annum.
of 3 store sales per year, in brackets, 1 event per beneficiary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 event per applicant. 1 event, I mean, I don't know.
One beneficiary per event.
1 beneficiary per event. Yeah.
Not one event per
year.
beneficiary, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same.
The other,
Same thing.
the other thing to the mover and seconder, you've got the point about having to approve the promotional campaign, but you don't say anything about, because council's looking for the Roma Saleyards as a beneficial promotion. Like, I think we need to give them some direction. It's a two-way street. It's not just a one-way street. So we're approving it, but where have you told them what our expectations are in general?
It says in the policy that the fundraiser will be promoted through council's media opportunities, so we're saying that we're going to promote it as well as them.
But what I'm saying is a one-liner in there saying that they'll be looked, because it's a business unit of council, it will be looked at based on the promotional benefit in partnering with Roma Saleyards. So they go, oh, we've got to step up to be able to do this, Anyway, I just think that's very important because that's what I think's missing.
So why
But
don't
you've got it because you're checking it.
Why don't you add that into the eligibility criteria, that the marketing campaign...
So I just wonder, that's wide enough. Add a point that the marketing campaign be agreed to by council. Let's not make the conditions on the fly here today. We have staff who play in a marketing space, comms space. This is enough parameters for them to go, what we can say yes to RFDS if that's what is approved under the Mayor's motion in a minute. And then we can have a look at what they need to meet. Like if none of us here are marketing experts, so we're not going to come up with the exact things that we need for them to achieve. And I think that'll address what the Mayor's talking about.
Well, yeah, it's in the obligations too, so that's right.
True. Mr Mayor, that last dot point, Kel, we've already got that in there, haven't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's dot point 2, the 4.2, Kel.
Yeah, so we've already got that in there, Mr Mayor, that the marketing campaign be agreed to by council prior to the event.
The Mayor's point, if I heard him right, was going that next level down in detail is what do we want them to have in the marketing campaign? Well, I don't think we can make that on the fly here today. We've got experts to come up with that.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, from this, we don't really say it's got to be a win-win for council and that. So as long as you give us a marketing campaign, we're right. Whereas I'd like to give, for instance, the person that's done it before 2 years to prove themselves, and we go from there. But anyway, I understand it's a different report. So.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No,
so we've got
that's
to move.
part of it. 4.2 is actually the obligations.
No, he's thinking about his other one we've laid on the table.
Yeah, but 4.2 is the obligation, so they've got to provide that marketing campaign to us so that we can actually provide feedback if we don't think that's going to meet the expectations. So there is opportunity to still... That's right. Yeah.
Councillor McMullen, it could be it's one, that council adopt, and then all of those things. Two, that conditions of the marketing campaign be considered at the next ordinary meeting of council. That way the staff go away, come up with what the conditions are, and then we consider that to add to the policy.
Okay.
Yeah, like, do they bring more cattle to the Saleyards? Are they from a different area? Is it different customers that come because of the RFDS or whoever is in these rounds? Anyway, righto, let's get on with it. Does the mover wish to speak to it?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor. I think we've had enough discussions.
Does anyone wish to speak to it or against it? All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
8-0.
Okay, moving on to the next.
Through the chair, the next report will be the previous report that was what was the next report will be item 17.4, Mr Mayor, that because procedurally we were just following this policy first, and that is page
169. 169.
Page 169. Thank you very much.
Item 17.4, Roma Flying Doctors Service Request 2022. I'd like to move one, that council approve partnering with RFDS to hold an annual charity cattle sale day at the Roma Saleyards for 2022 and 2023. 50%. Oh, we had some wording there. Do we have something up on the screen, Kel?
Yes, we do. It was 50% of the yard fees be donated to RFDS for the sale days, conditional upon both parties actively promoting the sale days Queensland-wide. That was your point 2.
Right.
Mr Mayor, given that we've just moved the policy, wouldn't it be that Council 1 approved partnering with RFDS to hold an annual charity council day at the Roma Saleyards on whatever date we've agreed, and in line with Council's policy?
Yeah.
Because the rest of it's addressed
Yeah.
in the policy.
So do we have the date? We need to put the date in there. Is it in the other report?
We set the date as per the policy.
But they've asked for a date, haven't they?
It just says July 2022 in the letter.
Okay.
It's always the first
I
Tuesday.
thought they changed it till later in the year. No, it must be a different thing.
It's July, and normally they work that out with the exact date with the agents and the manager of Saleyards. So
Righto.
that date comes back to us.
Righto. Okay, so I'll move the council approve partnering with RFDS to hold the annual charity cattle sale day at the Roma Saleyards
July 2022?
in July 2022 and 2023. So they can get some planning happening. So we're getting back by the next meeting to do with what's around the policy about bringing more cattle and that. Is that correct, CEO?
Yes, through Chair.
Just a question with that, Madam CEO. If we don't put July 2022, because it actually reads it's like July 2022 and July 2023, if we don't put July, does it have to come back to us? Can the date be booked in with staff as per usual and just go ahead? My only concern about putting July in there is last time they had to change date and stuff. If we put that in there, but then we have to have a meeting. Can't we just approve that it's going to happen in 2022 and 2023 and let the date be worked out via our officers?
Look, through the Chair, yes, you can keep it broad or you can specify. It's really up to you. This resolution is giving us clear direction that you want to fund an event this year, in this financial year and the next.
Yeah, so I'm just a bit concerned about actually putting the month in there in case it rains or in case it moves or in case it happens.
I think through the Chair, the July date was pretty attractive simply because it inevitably was quite a large sale each year.
Oh, I totally understand that, but sometimes things change.
Certainly, there's probably a way you could hedge your bets is the planning probably would be for July 2022, but you might want it broader for 2023 because they might decide that, again, it could be any time in 2023.
And as per the policy, that date comes back to council anyway.
Yes.
Righto. So what have we got up on the screen, please?
Council approved partnering with RFDS to hold an annual charity cattle sale day at the Roma Saleyards in 2022 and 2023 in line with council's policy.
Yeah. So is that enough to approve them so they know to get planning with it, CEO?
Yeah.
Or does it need July in there?
No, through the Chair, that is enough. You have a current resolution, you have a current policy that gives us guidance.
Righto. Okay, I'll move that. Do we have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? For or against? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
That's 8-0.
8-0. Okay, moving on. We've got, I'd just like to I think you would have been sent an email about an issue
Mr. Mayor,
that I'd like to...
Mr. Mayor, can I just not interrupt, but Councillor Edwards just said he's happy to join in now, so I don't know whether he just comes in. I don't.
Yeah, through the chair. Is it through the chair?
Yep.
You there? He just said.
No, that was the
He
mayor.
just said he's happy to join in now, but he just wanted to be the end of an item. He wanted to wait till the agenda item was finished, which we've done.
Yep, that's good. Well, we'll wait and get him on board.
I just said now straight away. So, have you got his face up there somewhere? Or? Not yet.
Did someone want to ring him just to double check?
He just texted me, Mr. Mayor, so.
Right.
He's doing something. He said okay, so he's going to do it.
You peeling an orange there, Councillor Edwards.
It's not on yet.
No.
No.
He said okay, so he must be trying to get on.
Councillor Perkett.
There he is.
There he is.
Now he's there.
We've got that, and we've got.
He's there, is he?
Yep.
Are you there, Councillor Edwards?
Was that still C4? Yeah. Yours is LC4. Yep. Right. Councillor Edwards?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Great.
Yeah, bit hard connecting. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So through the chair, we're ready. And then,
While we're waiting for the Mayor, Councillor Edwards, we're on L11, page 81.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor McMullen.
Okay. Now, L11, page 81. What is that one there?
through the chair, it's the Roma flood levy. Page 81, item L11, yes, operational risk review.
Right. Okay, so L11, do we have anyone got any questions on that one?
No.
I actually don't have a question, but I was part of the day that we did on the flood levy, and it was really, really good. We all worked really hard to find, you know, what we could do about things, and we, you know, all those disaster management plans that we had in place, and we had quite a lot of participants in it, and it was really, really worthwhile for everybody, I believe.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it was too, and it's, hopefully some good work comes out of it as well.
That's good.
To make our community safer. So, yeah. So, if there's no questions, do we have a mover?
I'll move it.
I'm happy to.
Please go ahead, Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to move that council note the information included in this report.
Okay, do we have
I'll
a
second
seconder?
that. I'll second that, Councillor Ladbrook.
Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
8-0.
Councillor Edwards, yes.
Oh, 9-0. 9-0.
9-0. Okay, moving on. Righto, what's next in the agenda there?
That is LC12, which is a late item, Roma Speedway in-kind assistance.
What happened at the Moorelands machine?
Yeah, so everyone should have got an email with this. I move that we add this to the agenda, LC12, Roma Speedway. Do we have a seconder?
Yes. Councillor McMullen.
You're right.
Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak for or against? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Just adding it to the agenda.
Oh,
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Councillor Edwards, yes.
who sent this?
Okay.
It's on just on an email from
121.
121 from Edwina, but
Okay, so was everyone in favour of adding it to agenda, or all those against?
There was no one against.
9-0.
9-0. Okay, I'd like to move that, or could you put that wording up and,
Yep. Through
Mr.
the
Mayor,
chair.
I got a question.
please go ahead.
I'm not against it, but do we have a truck that would be suitable?
Through the chair.
Well, apparently, yeah.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Look, through the chair, that's what I've been checking on to make sure that you could pass the resolution one way or the other. Yes, we do.
Okay.
The request is for a small water
Yeah,
truck,
that's
so
why
we
I
do have a small
wasn't
water
sure
truck.
we had many
And,
small ones.
and we're shuffling them all around
That's
at the
all right.
moment with all the Easter events.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Madam CEO, I noticed that a staff member has offered to volunteer. How are we situated with that? Can we, under our regulations, shouldn't we have to pay the staff? Like, can we actually expect our staff? I don't feel comfortable with expecting the staff to volunteer.
If the staff member wants to volunteer and to do an activity without payment, we can support that. That's the staff member is prepared to volunteer first. We're not asking someone to volunteer.
But are they then covered?
Yes.
They're then covered
There's
with
still a
all workplace liability or...
As a PCBU, they're our worker whether they're paid or not.
That's with it. Driving home from work, you're not getting paid, but you're covered.
This is a bit more than driving.
No, but I mean, same thing. You're not getting paid, but
Any employee can volunteer to give additional hours and they're covered with all the worker entitlements. That's an enterprise bargaining.
yeah, as long as that's a
Through you, Mr.
council
Mayor,
one,
this
not an
is-
education one.
Well, it's across the board. It's across the board with all.
Oh, we have separate.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Burkett.
I mentioned this earlier in the previous report when Manager Ed was in. This is not a new thing. This happens regularly. I think it's probably happened at a couple of radios and campgrounds already this year, where employees have donated their time or come to some arrangement. So it happens regularly.
Yeah, correct. So do we have it up on the screen? Could someone read it out, please?
I can. The council support in-kind assistance to the value of $2,000 to the Roma Speedway by allocating a water truck for their event between the 14th and 18th of April 22. Number 2, allocate the fund to council community grants and non-financial ongoing assistance program, GL 2887 2248 2001, general ledger 2887 2245 2001.
So why have we got two separate general ledgers there? They're different numbers.
I thought so, Cal.
So what's it, 4.8 or 4.5?
Which one is it?
Okay, Councillor Ladbrook, are you happy to move that?
I am. I think someone has.
Just got to correct it, Mr Mayor.
Righto.
I think Councillor McMullen moved that, didn't you?
Oh, so that's ongoing assistance. This is not. This isn't ongoing assistance. This is in kind assistance. That's.
And I was looking for a second GL, but might have
I don't, I think our in-kind budget's long.
Yeah, I'll see if I can help you, Cal, but that's not. I wouldn't have thought that would be the right one.
But I'm happy to make it ongoing for each Easter, so, you know, or if the move or second is happy with that.
Yeah, I am. Yep, I am.
Have a second to you.
Say bring it back to council all the time. I'm happy to second that.
We've still got to get the right order, GL number though, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
Which one did you move this morning? Was the might have been. Where's the Mitchell Show one? Might have been in that one.
I'm sorry, which, are you looking for the other GL?
I've been
It was 14.2, whatever.
123.
123.
Isn't it?
General ongoing. That's the ongoing system for the Roma.
We've got in the Mitchell one, we've got two different ledgers for the numbers as well.
So it's in-kind assistance is the general ledger in the Mitchell. MCO would be an in-kind assistance.
The Mitchell one, but it's still got the same two ledger numbers as here in the actual resolution.
It's 2887.2248.2001.
It's got
There's
2445 as well.
In-kind assistance, one's ongoing assistance.
In the same transfer 990 from 2887.
Yep.
And then you go down to the other one for two doubles.
So they're transferring it from the
One to
ongoing
another.
assistance to the in-kind
Yeah.
assistance. So my take would
We
be
might
2248.
maybe duplicate that.
The 2248 where it's coming out of at the end.
Yep, it's the majors to the end.
Yep. Yep. Are you wanting to transfer it from the ongoing to
Just
the
need the
in-kind?
GL number. Just make it duplicate it, because there's 10,000 in one and moving across, I think.
Yep, that's it,
Going
Cal.
round the
2245. From there to the top one. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Which is different.
Do
to
I
what they
need
had in here,
to-
but It's the same outcome. It's the same thing, yep.
Do I need to read that again, or that'll be good?
Yeah, through the chair, if you wouldn't mind, that would be.
Just the last bit there.
Yes.
Number 2, allocate the funds of councils in-kind assistance to GL 2887-2248 2001 with the transfer from General Ledger 2887-2245 2001.
Righto. So I was happy to second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Edwards, yes.
Yes.
I just have a question to Edwina.
9-0, I think.
9-0.
Don't think anyone was against.
So when will they be notified? Will they be just notified by phone?
You can ring
Sorry,
them and tell them.
apologies.
You can ring them and tell them if you want to.
I don't know their numbers.
When will who be notified? Sorry, the Speedway.
Yes.
Oh, look, we'll let them know today. I'm just through the chair. I apologise for my distraction. I'm
No,
just
no.
trying to sort out the trucks moving
Yes,
aside
yes.
as you're voting.
Yeah, I
that.
just thought,
Yep.
too late to write to them, of course.
No.
So-
We'll have to be in contact with both because, yeah.
Yep.
Righto. Okay, moving on. I think there was a HR matter one here too.
No, there's
Yeah,
a-
that's in confidential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As it's the other one too, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Both are.
I think we've got everything in the open, have we?
Confidential. So
It's closed.
through the. Yes.
Okay.
8.2, how long did we leave that? That's laid on the table. Was that for any reason? Are we coming
Which
back
one
to
did
it?
you say, sorry?
8.2?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, in relation to confidential items, there's two additional items: LC.4 HR matters for consideration, and LC.5 request to vary operating hours for particular events at Moorelands Bush Nursery. Development reference 2018-19776.
So Mayor, I'll get the ball rolling if you like. I'll move that the following two items be added to the agenda: LC.4 HR matters for consideration and LC.5 request to vary operating hours for particular event at Moorelands Bush Nursery. Development reference 2018/19776. Do you need to?
Righto. Do we have a seconder?
Happy to second.
Councillor Hancock, any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Edwards, yes.
Yes.
9-0.
9-0.
Okay.
9-0.
We didn't ask if there's anyone got any conflicts before we go into close.
We haven't gone in.
No,
No, I
is
said
there any-
before we go.
That was just accepting the items. So.
Righto, do we have any conflicts?
Chair, no.
Mayor, I'm happy to move in accordance with the provisions of section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. The council resolved to close the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items that its councils consider necessary to close the meeting. In accordance with section 254J5 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, the following table provides the matters to be discussed, an overview of what is to be discussed while the meeting is closed. C1, Australian Local Governments, Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program Phase 3. C2, 2021-22 Quarter 3 Budget Review. C3, Community Safety and Compliance Fees and Charges Adoption Financial Year 22-23. C4, Request for Review of Rate Assessment 14031637, Change of Category. C5, Request for Concession Rate Assessment 150-20126. C6, Temporary Pumps for Roma Flood Levee. C7, Review of Rate Assessment 150-17189 and Request Extension of Due Date. LC1, State Government Surplus Properties Maranoa Region. LC2, Lot 2 on SP 123777. LC3, Road Infrastructure and Compensation Agreement. LC4, HR Matters for Consideration. LC5, Requests to vary operating hours for particular event at Moorelands Bush Nursery. Development reference 2018-19776.
Righto. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
And Mr. Mayor, before we go into close, do we have to move a procedural motion to deal C6 first? Or can we just deal with that?
Not when you're in there. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. We can just go to it.
Yeah.
So we had a second, Councillor McMullen. Any opposition? Anyone wish to speak? We're going to the vote. All those in favour?
Councillor Edwards, yes.
Yes.
Right, all good? 9-0.
9-0. Very What was it? 14.1.
Yes, on page,
115.
Okay.
For completeness of the minutes, did anyone note when Councillor Edwards dropped off so that can be recorded?
no,
No,
didn't
I
know.
didn't. Berger, I didn't.
No, I didn't
don't
know
what
he
you're
No,
saying.
he was here at the start of the discussion.
Yeah, I think there's
Just noted
ways
the
to
time
work
now.
that out. There's ways to work that out. Okay. Manager Ed, do you have that information?
Yes, I do, Mr Mayor. So the question related to items 2 and 3 of the resolution, and you wanted to quantify the in-kind support. So in relation to 2, approve in-kind support for the event includes security operations staff marking. Those functions will be absorbed in the daily operations of the airport staff. So it's something that they would do anyway. It's not an in-kind. And item 3 relates to the council's 12-seater bus. Council's bus is only available for internal hire at the rate of $80 a day, and I would just absorb that in my budget. So it's not really an in-kind. So I'd suggest to council, if I may, to remove items 2 and 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So all of that would be absorbed in our normal operations as we normally would for a Christmas street party. All of our staff would just absorb it. Does that
Well, that
sound right
makes
with you?
sense.
So as the mover of that motion, I'm happy to remove 2 and 3.
The only thing is as part of their request, I guess, just in you providing that information back, you will verbally or tell them that that's it, but it's just not in the resolution.
So I think, Jackson, you've got the Roma Aero Club involved on the day as well for marshalling and all sorts of things.
Correct, yeah. So there won't be any costs for operational staff either.
All right, Mayor, for completeness, I'll read it out again. I've moved that Council 1 approve the waiving of airport charges up to the value of $1,000 excluding GST for the aircraft involved in the Outback Air Race, including acknowledgement and recognition of Council as a supporter of the Outback Air Race as part of the event marketing and promotion, and that'll be coming from General Ledger 2887.2248.2001 in-kind assistance major. And 2, authorise the CEO or delegate to negotiate with the Department of Home Affairs to create a special event zone for the public to enter the airfield and view the aircraft should the conveners wish to pursue this option.
Righto.
Second
Okay,
that.
do we have a seconder?
I'll second that. There you go.
Councillor Ladbrook, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? I'm going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0.
Yes.
8-0.
Is that correct, councillors?
Yes.
That's correct. Thank you. Thanks for waiting around.
Thanks, Jackson. Thanks, Ed.
Righto.
I'll move we go back into closed.
Are you here for the late? You're confidential?
Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McMullen. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
8-0.
Okay. 8-0. Right. Okay, right, I will keep going. So we're on to the confidential agenda.
Yes.
And we're on to C1, Australian Government Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program. And,
I'm happy to move.
yeah, please go ahead.
I move that this item lay on the table until the next ordinary meeting after being discussed at an upcoming councillor briefing.
Okay, all those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is everyone in the room in favour?
Yes.
Righto. So that's 8-0 then. Okay, moving on to, was there another one that we could lay on the table?
On C2.
C2.
Who's next? Page 15.
C2. Righto.
We'd already done that. Yeah.
No, I just thought we could lay that other one on the table.
Through the
one
chair,
to do with my report.
through the chair, it's item 8.2. Is that still unresolved? Yes. That's actually a public item, so you'd have to go out of yes, you can, of course. Item 8.2 on page.
We're on C2 though, aren't we?
No, but 8.2 was in junction, and we left it
Yes,
to go in
it
conjunction
was.
with C1.
I move that 8.2 lay on the table for a briefing and then to come back to a future council meeting. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
8-0.
8-0, thank you. C2, 2021-22 quarter 3 budget review. Do we have a mover?
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 adopt the quarter 3 2021-22 revised budget as presented. 2, adopt the revised financial statements from 2021-22 budget amendments as shown in the report's attachments. Revenue policy to 2021-22. Revenue statement 2021-22. Revised budget financial statements 2021-22 and following 2 years. Revised budget financial statements 2021-22 and following 9 years. Revised financial sustainability ratios 2021-22. Total value of change in rates and charges, and that the documents be placed on the council website.
Okay, do we have a seconder? I'll second that. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I'd speak to it. I'd just like to congratulate the CEO on a top effort in a very difficult budget situation with changes that have been far above our control. And congratulations on doing that. And the budget's looking in remarkably good shape considering where we were heading. And thank you for that. Does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
What is the vote in the room, please?
8-0.
8-0. Okay. So the next page number, please.
76.
76. C3, Community Safety Compliance Fees and Charges Adoption Financial Year 2022-23. I'd like to move that Council adopt the fees and charges for the community safety for the 2022-23 financial year, same as 2022, with an increase in line with CPI for this next financial year. And it will apply to the 2022-23 animal renewal notices to be issued the 1st of June 2022. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Just read it out. Oh, you can't see it, Mr Mayor, can you?
Read it. Have we got it there, Kel?
What option was it?
No, it's not. It's leaving it as is.
It's leaving the fees at what we've got them at this year, but with a CPI increase.
So through you, Mr Mayor, what you'd said was that council adopt fees and charges for community safety for the 2022-23 financial year, same as 2022, with an increase in line with CPI for the next financial year.
Yeah, so it would be going up by CPI. for the next year. So the baseline is what people paid this year with an increase. Okay, is there a seconder for that motion?
Hang on, Mr. Mayor,
Plus that second part to that.
that you didn't written, that, Mr. Mayor, on the end of what Kel read out, there's noting that these charges will apply to 2022-23 animal registration notice to be issued as of the 1st of June 2022. Okay.
Yeah, so basically people would be used to having an increase this year, but it would be over a period of time that they would be getting CPI increases. Okay, does everyone understand that? Is there a seconder for the motion?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, I'll speak to the motion. Just like to say this is, I believe, about fairness in the community. We were briefed on how much the total fees are, and the difference is I've had so many people from the community very appreciative dealing with their family members, their pets, at a reduced charges. So I think council in the last couple of budgets have actually got the fees and charges for people that have to pay that. They're people from in our towns. Remember, if you live outside the town, you don't have to pay these fees. There is no compliance around that. And this is a situation about making it affordable. I was in a situation where I sat with someone that had to get some dogs registered that weren't registered, and it was the best part of $500, including fees and charges to do with getting them from the pound. So anybody thinks that it's not serious charges. We also have a lot of people in our community that are struggling, and the difference is if you put fees up a lot, it still doesn't fix your budget. I believe it was our whole budget is maybe $80,000. When you have a look at the budget costs, if you look at the annual statements, you'll see that there's always a big loss in community safety, but you can make the difference to the community by making it affordable. So I think we've got the balance right now. I would like to see more people do the right thing, keep the fees reasonable and get people signing up. But I do see the inequity that when people are out of town, they don't have to do that. So that's why I'm putting forward that this is about right. I understand that there is more compliance services in town with community safety, but I also take the note there's quite a few people unhappy with dog attacks and that. So I think getting this balance right at the moment is a really compassionate consideration for all people in the Maranoa, not just the people that live in town. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
I too was sitting in the briefing that Manager Sam that gave us today, and her recommendation was not what you just suggested. I believe that we should have only reduced the waiver to 25%, and I do believe that we should have got rid of our 50% for the COVID waiver for all the other fees and charges. The registration would have been happy with the 25%, and she also asked us if we would change the adoption fees so that dogs were $260 and the cats were $200. So I listened to what she said and recommended, and I also listened to the fact that she spoke with her team to try and get a good outcome for this, and I don't believe what you've suggested is right.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion or against the motion?
I'm against.
Please go ahead.
I'm against what's been proposed for many of the same reasons that Councillor Taylor has just articulated. We all accepted that we needed to look at a relief 2 years ago with the onset of COVID, We are now looking to the future here. We need to get back to some normality. I think there are far better options than what has been proposed. I too sat in the briefing. I heard the recommendations. I applaud the manager for consulting with her team and coming up with a way forward to ensure that the impost of this running this part of council, there is a way to recoup more of the the cost of keeping our community safe through that particular arm of council. And so I urge councillors to vote this down and look at option 2.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for or against the motion?
Mr. Mayor, just like to speak. I listened to the briefing too, but option 3 was the recommendation from the officer, just to put that out in clarity.
Okay. If no one else wishes to speak, I'll sum up. I do believe we've got a housing crisis. We've got fuel prices through the roof. And I think as councillors, we need to understand that and understand that we made some really good decisions where the community applauded council's decision in taking what is a non-negotiable charge off the non-negotiable charge that people that live in town do have to pay and people out of town don't have to pay. Certainly, I really think this is an opportunity of making us really invest in community happiness. The truth is the end result won't really make any difference to our budget in a major way. It won't put it back into surplus in any way. But I spoke to people that were just overjoyed at being able to have more affordable ways to be able to register their cats and dogs. So on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
All those against?
Yes.
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 So what is the vote, CEO?
Through the chair, it is 1, 2, 3, 1. Sorry, councillors, could I ask for a show of hands again?
Lost
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 to 5.
2 to 5. The motion was lost.
No, it'll be 3 to 5. Sorry.
1, 2.
No,
Okay, well, let's do that again.
John was against.
2-6, I think.
So 2-6.
So,
through the chair, I suggest we run that again.
yeah. All those in favour of the motion?
Yep.
Yes.
I beg your pardon. Yep.
All those against the motion?
Yes.
2, 3.
Yes.
Yes.
2-6, yeah.
Okay, what's that vote, CEO?
That is 2-6.
Thank you. If I can call for a division, do we have a mover?
I'll move.
Please go ahead.
I'll move that council reduce the pre-existing COVID relief fee waiver of 50% to 25% on animal registration fees, excluding regulated dog registration, with the 50% COVID waiver being removed from all other applicable fees and charges. I just need advice first.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to capture the element of the reduction in for the rehoming of the cats, is that going to capture option 2? Will capture? No, that would need to be a separate document. Right. Let me just find.
I'm a bit confused. I thought we were going.
Just through the chair, Councillor Burkett, it's just the question from the floor was just in relation to whether the motion incorporated the adoption fees for dogs and cats. The recommendation by the officer was that that the adoption fees for cats change.
Oh no, I just remember her clearly saying option 3. I haven't got the paperwork in front of me.
Through the chair, option 3 does not include the adoption rates.
Sorry, can I just, I'm the same as Councillor Burkett, so I'm just wondering if I can ask a question that you may or may not be able to answer in open. But just clarification, is there really any difference between option, because I'm reading them, is there any really difference between option 2 and option 3?
There may be
Because
some-
they seem to be very
So in
similar.
my recommendation, which is towards the end of the report, in the background, I listed 4 options and I've realised I've put them in a different order, so that's where the confusion is, so I apologise for that. But in my recommendations at the back of the report, that's the order that we're looking at when you're talking about options 1, 2 and 3 and 4.
Which page is that on?
84.
84.
And 84.
And I'm moving
Option 2, yeah.
Yep.
Which is, I think, Councillor Burkett, which is the option that we had discussed.
And so, if I can, just for clarity, I'm moving that council reduce the pre-existing COVID relief fee waiver of 50% to 25% on animal registration fees only, excluding regulated dog registration, with the 50% COVID waiver being removed from all other applicable fees and charges, and that the adoption fees for the same period will be dogs remain at 260 and cats be set at 200, noting that these charges will apply to 2022-23 animal registration renewal notice to be issued the 1st of June 2022.
Happy to second that.
Okay, Councillor Hancock seconded that.
Councillor Taylor.
Just another question. Is that
Councillor Taylor seconded that, did that?
just a question I can't see? Is that Manager Sam talking a minute ago?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and Director Anna.
Yeah, so is that... I'm just a bit confused when you said all the options. Is that what's up on the screen now is what you were talking about before, Manager Sam?
That's correct, Councillor Burkett.
Thank you.
Okay, does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do. I believe this is an appropriate course of action for council to take in light of us doing what we did a couple of years ago in terms of the relief due to the impact of COVID. I think this is a measured approach to get back to the real costs associated with the registration of animals. I've always taken my role really seriously here, particularly because, and I'm happy to be corrected, but I am the only councillor that lives in the town boundaries that has a registered dog. And in fact, once upon a time, I had a regulated dog as well, and so I was paying the fees attached to that. I take my role as a dog owner incredibly seriously, or an animal owner. I think it is an appropriate fee for council to have in registering our animals. I applaud that we are continuing to register cats, and I think if we can do what we can to rehome animals and the breakdown of the costs associated with that was provided to us while we were discussing it in the closed side of council really informed me around what the real costs are, and I think what I've moved here in terms of $260 for the rehoming of dogs and $200 for cats is more than reasonable, and so I urge councillors all to support this resolution.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? I'll speak against the motion. Certainly won't support this motion. I believe the community will consider council out of touch. I believe we've had 2 years of getting the fees correct. I also believe that this will reduce community happiness, and the community will believe that council is out of touch with the cost of living and all of the charges, and I think this is a sad day for pet ownership in the Maranoa, especially when the feedback I get from the community is they are disappointed about some of the situations that are going on with compliance with animals. Would anyone wish to speak for the motion? Okay, or against the motion? Does the mover wish to sum up?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. In summary, again, I am a dog owner. My dog is registered. I am happy to pay those fees, as I know so many other people in our community are, because I choose to own a dog. And there are so many of our community that don't own pets, and I don't want them subsidising those that do. At the end of the day, it's a minimal cost to have the responsibility of being a dog or cat owner, and I think if this is adopted today, it's an appropriate decision of council.
Can I ask Councillor O'Neill, is that not misleading that when you said that the owners that don't own dogs don't subsidise the other dog owners? Because your motion doesn't mean that there's no subsidy. Is that correct?
Well, it's not. For clarity, you are right, and I don't want to disclose the budget elements of it. But if you think it's been misleading, I withdraw it and highlight the fact that the dog owners that pay their registration will go some way to meeting the costs that council are borne by running the compliance side of this division of council.
Okay, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
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 Yes. You can't hear.
Oh, yes.
4 yeses.
All those.
Five
How many yeses?
4 in here, sorry.
Five in here.
5 in here.
Not me.
Voting.
Okay, and then all those against?
Me, Councillor Ladbroke.
Yeah, and Councillor Golder. So I take that as being 6-2, if I can call for a division. Is that correct, councillors?
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct.
Righto, we're moving on. C4, request for
C5.
review of rate assessment 1403-1637. Do we have a mover?
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 confirm that the property described as Lot 29 RP 902970 was revalued from $74,000 to $67,000 by the Department of Resources with an effective date of the 1st of July 2021. 2, endorse that the property described as Lot 29 RP 902970 is appropriately categorised as Residential B in accordance with Council's adopted Revenue Statement 2021-22. 3, advise the ratepayer that Council agreed to increase the rates in the dollar to most rating categories. However, a zero cap was introduced to mitigate increases. 4, further advise the ratepayer that due to a decrease in their valuation, A, the recategorisation which has been applied is correct. B, they are not eligible for the minimum charge as the valuation by the rate in the dollar equals $768.86, which is more than the minimum charge for category Residential B. C, there will be no change to the rate notice for the financial year 2021-2022. Is that it, Kel?
Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll second that, Mayor Golder.
Councillor Ladbroke. Any opposition? I'll speak in opposition. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Mr Mayor, I just think staff have worked this out as per the new valuations and the policies and everything else put in place.
Okay, I'll speak against the motion. As we'll see in the next items, I do believe we're dealing with requests for concessions. I do believe there's another way around this matter, and there's other extenuating circumstances which I won't go into, so I won't be supporting the motion. Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Okay, does the mover wish to sum up?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Right, I will go to the vote. All those in favour?
6 in the room.
Yes.
7.
All those against? Yes. Okay, 7-1 if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on. Okay, so we're up to C5, is that correct?
That's correct, page 129.
Thank you. C5, request for concession rate assessment 150-20126. Do we have a mover?
Happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
I move that Council 1 confirms that the property described as Lot 95 SP 261935, Lot 88 to 89 WV 456, Lot 129 WV 908 has been split from original rate assessment 130143994 by Department of Resources with an effective date of 1st July 2021. 2. Confirms that the property described as Lot 94 SP 261935 is categorised as accommodation work camps F and referring to rate assessment 130143994 with an effective date of 1 July 2021. 3. Confirms that the property described as Lot 95 SP 261935, Lot 88 to 89 WV 456, Lot 129 WV 908 is categorised as rural Moorelands 80 hectares with an equal to or more than 80 hectares with an effective date of 1 July 2021. 4. Grant a concession of $7,967.18 for assessment 150-20126 of the total general rates issued for the period for the period 1st July 2021 to 3rd June 2022. Issue for the period,
Rates.
yeah.
For rate period.
For the rate period. Yeah.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
I'll second that, Mr Mayor.
Righto. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? I'll speak in opposition. Does the mayor wish to speak to it?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. I just believe that this is in line with the rating that was set by council at last year's budget, and so that is why I'm supporting the motion to grant this concession.
Okay, I'll speak against the motion. I don't agree with the percentage of the reduction. I think it is quite enormous, and I don't believe that is in line what we're going to do for other people. So I believe that, yes, I don't think that's in line, and on that basis I will not be supporting this motion. Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion? Or against? Does the mover wish to sum up?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, just wanting to note that the information that we've been presented today has proven that there is different situations, and this is a bit of a different scenario to other previous requests, and so therefore I do think that this is in line with the original intent of the majority of council that voted for the rating scenario at the budget.
Okay, on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
There's 6 in the room, Mr Mayor.
Okay, all those against? Yes. 7-1 if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on to C6.
That's done C6, isn't it?
No, it's not. No, we did it, but we
haven't ratified.
done it in
Okay.
C6, temporary pumps for Roma flood levy. Do we have a mover?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council 1 adopt scenario 2 in table 2 of the GHD report for the temporary pumps. 2, accept the quote from Kennard Hire for holding one pump in Roma for a year for the sum of $58,000, excluding GST, to be funded from the Disaster Management Reserve.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
Happy to second that.
Okay, do we have any opposition? I'll speak in opposition. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Mr Mayor, I just believe we need to get this pump in, have it on standby here in Roma in case we get an unprecedented weather system come through, and we've got it there ready should that happen and we need to pump excess water from inside the levee bank out to the outside.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? I certainly don't believe we've done our due diligence to actually find out whether someone could use the option of buying some pumps and whether we could use it in our region. So rather than being in silos, I do believe that we could do that due diligence and end up with some assets out of this. I also would have supported a short-term inclusion till we could have bought something, but I do believe that having those sort of assets may well be improving our efficiency on other jobs. Does anyone wish to speak for the motion?
Mr Mayor, I just have a question.
Please go ahead.
Madam CEO, at the big risk of holding this up at this hour of the night, do we actually have to have a GL number for the disaster management reserve, or can we just state that?
Through the chair, you don't have to have a general ledger indication. It's council's practice that you do. That's all. That's up to council. I'm happy to get that reserve, and it will be coming out of that reserve and amended as part of the minutes. If you're happy with that.
The intent is that it'll come out.
So if the motion got in there that it's coming out of the reserves,
yeah,
then that's a clear indication where it's coming from.
That's right, and I'll provide the number as part of the minutes.
Yep.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak for the motion or against? Does the mover wish to sum up?
No, I'm right.
We'll go to the
vote.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes. Six in the room plus.
Yeah. All those against? Yes. So that's 7-1 if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on to C7. Review of rate assessment 15017-189 and request for an extension of the due date.
Mr Mayor, I'll move.
Please go ahead.
I'll move that Council 1 grant the applicant a concession under section 121C of the Local Government Regulation 2012. A, provide a 65% concession of the rate increase as per previous council resolution 0M-03.2022-78. 2, resolve pursuant to sections 121C, 121B, 122(1)A, 122(3) and 122(5) of the Local Government Regulation 2012 to grant the landholder a concession by way of agreeing to defer until 30th of June 2022 payment for the current rates or charges for the property. B, subject to the condition that the landholder enter into agreement with council in a form required by council, requiring the current rates and charges for the property to be paid in full by scheduled periodic instalments by 30th of June 2022.
Do we have a seconder?
I'm happy to second.
Councillor Guthrie, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
8-0.
8-0.
8-0.
Item LC1. I'd like to, state government surplus property, Maranoa Region. I'd like to move that council instigate a 50% contribution to a valuation to enable council more to understand the value of this property. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
Which one? LC1.
Yes. Councillor Ladbroke.
Councillor Ladbroke. And I think I probably should put in there up to the value of $500. Okay, does anyone wish to speak? I'll speak for it. I think from what we've been talking about today, this is strategically a very smart move to ask some questions, and then council can discuss those answers that we get. And with the housing that people are struggling getting somewhere, I think any opportunity to put the best foot forward, we should at least ask the question. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
No, but Mr Mayor, can I just ask a query? Because the way that's written at the moment is that the cost of the valuation could be up to the value of $500. And I think your intention was that our contribution would be up to the value of $500 against the valuation being undertaken.
Right, I'm happy to change it if someone is in the room that can, or give some advice. Basically, I was saying the total cost to council would be $500.
Yeah, but the way that's written, it's the actual valuation will be up
good
to the
point.
value of.
Good
So
point.
if you want to leave it that way there, you can leave the valuation up to the value of $1,000 because the valuation is $1,000. Our contribution is 50%, which is $500.
Righto. CEO, would you have any, or Councillor Guthrie, can you add to how we change it on the screen?
Through the chair, just that council council contribute or make instigate or make a 50% contribution to the valuation, to the state government valuation, I suppose. Up to the value of $1,000 to enable council to better understand the value of this offer or this
correct.
this opportunity.
Is the seconder happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
What would you,
Does anyone else wish to speak for or against?
just a comment, I'm not against this. In the event that it's the value of the valuation, the cost of the valuation is more than $1,000, there's no wiggle room. Why wouldn't you just move that council authorise the CEO or her delegate to instigate partnered valuation on said land and leave it at that? Because if you put $1,000 on there and it's in fact $1,100, then we're not 50%. It has to come back to us and.
Partner valuation on Lot 2 on RP 56273.
Yep.
Is the seconder happy with that?
I'm happy with that.
What was RP?
I'm happy with that. So that's the motion. Does anyone?
Just hang on a minute, Mr Mayor, till the minutes taker gets it right on the...
No,
Right,
Lot
Kelly.
273.
The council also has the CEO delegate to instigate a partnered valuation on Lot 2 on a 50% partnered valuation. Put 50% in there so this, but the dollar value doesn't.
Okay. Does everyone understand what the motion is? The mover and seconder are happy. So on that note, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
All those, got a call for against, Mr Mayor?
All those against?
Yes.
How many against was there?
One.
Righto. Councillor Burkett, were you for the motion?
Yes, I was.
Righto. So that's 7-1 if I can call for a division. Okay, moving on. LC2, Lot 2 on SP 123777. Do we have a mover?
I'll move, Mr Mayor, that council receive and note the contents of the officer's report.
Righto. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor O'Neill. Any opposition? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
All those against? No one against?
No.
Okay, so that's 8-0. Does everyone understand that?
Yes.
Okay, LC3 QGC Road Infrastructure Compensation Agreement. Do we have a mover?
I'm happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Council 1, receive and note the road use notification submitted by Shell QGC Pty Ltd for the Bowen Tight Gas Appraisal Program. 2, pursuant to Section 236 of the Local Government Act 2009, authorise the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer to sign road infrastructure and compensation agreement with Shell QGC Pty Ltd. 3, pursuant to Section 236 of the Local Government Act 2009 and draft road infrastructure and compensation agreement, authorise the Mayor and Chief Executive Officer to sign Service Level Agreement 1 for the Bowen Tight Gas Appraisal Program.
Righto, do we have a seconder?
Happy to second that.
Councillor Taylor, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Okay, we're going to go to the vote then. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
8-0.
8-0. Okay, moving on to LC4, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Righto, LC4, HR matters for consideration. I'd like to move that council consider, include commensurate management level experience in relation to technical, corporate or engineering skills as part of its relevant leadership criteria definition in relation to the local area director roles. That's 1. Point 2, subject to receiving legal advice on whether this is needed in a rescission motion and then enacting the motion after legal advice had been, if legal advice has been sought and is in line with, I don't know, Local Government Act or something. So is there any way you could tidy that up, CEO?
Yes, certainly.
Wouldn't you start with subject
Look,
to?
through the chair, as A. B, subject to receiving legal advice on whether a rescission motion is required. If required, enact a rescission motion accordingly.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. So we make a decision, but we check before we act it in case we do need it. Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll second it, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McMullen, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Mr Mayor, I'm just wondering why you originally thought it was so important to have in a resolution when council was looking at the director's role, and you thought it was important enough to put a line in a resolution to say that the experience for the director positions, experience should include skills and proven experience in a director position, second level executive or higher. Why you thought it was so important to have that in that resolution, and now what has changed that it is not as important to have that level of skills and experience for our directors?
I certainly stand by that. I do believe that it need to be in there. We've obviously had feedback about going out to the market. That requirement is still in there, but it's also got clarification to do with commensurate management level experience will be considered as well. I think it's only a bonus, and it only improves the pool that we can do. You also have to do that as you go along in your journey, and I commend the CEO for bringing this back and asking for this change. Okay, so does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Yes, I'll speak against it.
Please go ahead.
I'm speaking against it, not on the basis that I don't support broadening the skill set in the recruitment of the directors. I'm speaking against it because I don't believe the right process is being followed. I think this is an amendment to an existing resolution that was passed in August of last year that Councillor Hancock has spoken to, where it was very clear that the required skills and experience include proven experience in a director position, second level executive of hire. It's explicit in there as to what is required. If we're broadening that, I believe there should be a notice of motion to amend the resolution that was moved back in August, and I don't believe what is about to be moved, even with the point 2, getting legal advice, is the appropriate resolution in making this decision, and therefore I cannot support it.
Yes. Okay. Now, does anyone wish to speak against or for the motion or against? Okay. Well, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? Yes.
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 All those against?
Three against, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so that's 5-3, and I'll call for a division. Okay, item, what would that be? LC5.
LC4, and through the chair, the next item is LC5.
LC5 we're on to. LC5 request to vary hours for particular events at Moorelands Bush Nursery, development reference 2018/19776. Do we have a mover?
I'll move, Mr Mayor, that council approve the request to vary the approved hours for operation at the Moorelands Bush Nursery and function facility for a particular event, Eva's Place, Swaway, to be held at the premises on Thursday the 14th of April 2022 between the hours of 7 p.m. and 10:15 p.m.
Do we have a seconder?
Happy to second that.
Councillor Taylor, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion or against? Okay, we're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
All hands are up here, so.
Yes, 8-0.
Righto. So that's 8-0. Any further business, councillors?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I've got a motion without notice.
Please go ahead.
I'd like to move that a report be brought back to council. A report be brought back to the next ordinary meeting of council regarding the Surat fishermen's entrance signs replacement, including options for security measures.
Righto. So do we have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Okay, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Yes.
Yes.
8-0.
Okay, so that's on the motion. That's on the agenda.
Sorry,
Do we have a mover?
Oh, sorry. Oh, now I move the motion. I thought.
Yeah,
correct.
it's an item without notice, so that now it's on the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will I just give you a minute to catch up, Kelly? You're right.
Entrance. So,
Is there any other business except for this item?
and this is the last item,
Last
Mr Mayor.
item, I think.
Minutes.
Oh, sorry, through the chair, we didn't ratify the minutes of the first item, so we'll need to do that as the last item.
Oh, yeah. Good point.
Yep, you're right. Kelly.
Now, who was the seconder? Sorry for getting that onto the. Yep, thank you.
Councillor O'Neill?
Yeah.
To get it on the agenda.
Yeah.
Do you want me to move now, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I move that a report be brought back to the next ordinary meeting of council regarding the Surat fishermen's entrance signs, including options for security measures.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor O'Neill, any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak to it?
Mr Mayor, just to say that it was very disappointing to the community of the vandalism that happened to the Surat fishermen's entrance signs, and so I just thank council for taking this notice with motion without notice today, because I think it's really important that we move quickly to replace that for the Surat community.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? I certainly agree we need to, but I also think we need to stop it happening. So I'll certainly support this, because we're looking at what sort of security measures. Cameras are very affordable and they're not big cost, and we need to take the deterrent away so we don't keep having to spend ratepayers' money to fix things that someone wants to souvenir for whatever reason. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Does the mover wish to sum up?
No, thank you.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
8-0.
8-0. Do we have anyone to move on the minutes of the ordinary meeting?
Clarification?
It was the points that Councillor Guthrie raised.
Through the chair, it was in relation to one of the pages around the voting numbers.
Page 30, item LC1, Councillor Guthrie raised in regard to the vote count. I did do a review of the meeting video. It is 7-0. The Mayor was not present. For the next change, it was in relation to C2. And that was a change from Councillor Taylor to Councillor Hancock, who was against that motion. And that's correct, that change does need to be made. Thank you.
Okay. Righto, so does someone want to move on that basis?
Sorry, Kel, did you say C2? Because you've got C7. Sorry,
C7, Councillor.
Page 29.
Yeah, page 29, that was on.
No, all good, thank you.
Yes, I'll move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 23rd of March 2022 be confirmed.
On that basis, Councillor O'Neill?
On what basis?
With those changes.
Oh, with
Isn't there one change to the voting?
Yep.
Two changes.
No, just one.
One change in the acknowledgement of the
incorporating
point that Councillor
one
Guthrie
was
made.
right,
Yes.
I think.
Yep.
Righto, do we have a seconder? Is that Councillor Taylor?
That is Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, couldn't hear Councillor Taylor. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour?
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone?
That's 8-0. Okay, any further business, councillors?
No.
No. Well, I'll close the meeting at 7:28 and thank you for your attendance.